From my grandfather Verus, I learned the value of good morals and the mastery of my temper. From the memory and example of my father, I learned modesty and the traits of a man of integrity. From my mother, I learned devotion and kindness, as well as restraint, not just from wicked actions, but even from evil thoughts. She also taught me to live simply, shunning the excesses of wealth. From my great-grandfather, I learned to avoid public schools, to value private instruction from capable teachers, and to understand that such education deserves generous investment. From my mentor, I learned not to align myself with factions such as the green or blue teams at the circus games, or to take sides in the disputes of the gladiators. I also learned to endure hardship, to live frugally, to labor with my own hands, to avoid meddling in others' affairs, and to dismiss gossip and slander. From Diognetus, I learned not to concern myself with trivialities or to believe the claims of miracle workers and charlatans about spells and the exorcism of spirits. He taught me not to indulge in petty amusements like breeding quails for sport or becoming overly attached to such pursuits. From him, I also gained the strength to accept candid speech, a familiarity with philosophy, and an early interest in engaging with the teachings of philosophers such as Bacchius, Tandasis, and Marcianus. In my youth, I wrote dialogues and sought a simple lifestyle, embracing a plank bed and animal skins as part of the Greek discipline. From Rusticus, I gained a sense of humility and the understanding that my character required refinement and self-discipline. He taught me not to seek out vain competition in sophistry or to indulge in speculative writing. I avoided composing elaborate speeches or parading my good deeds for attention. He advised against rhetoric, poetry, and ornamental writing, and dissuaded me from wearing my outdoor garments indoors or engaging in other ostentatious behavior. Rusticus also taught me to write my letters plainly, as he did in his letter to my mother from Sinuessa. He encouraged me to forgive those who wronged me and to reconcile quickly when others showed a willingness to make peace. He instilled in me the habit of reading thoughtfully, avoiding superficial understanding, and being cautious about believing those who speak excessively. I owe to him my acquaintance with the works of Epictetus, which he shared from his own collection. From Apollonius, I learned the importance of free will and unwavering purpose, to focus solely on reason without distraction, even in times of acute pain, the loss of a child, or enduring illness. He demonstrated through his life that one could be both firm in resolve and gentle in instruction, without bitterness. He showed me that the value of philosophical understanding and teaching is far less than the example of a virtuous life. From him, I also learned how to graciously accept favors from friends, neither demeaning myself nor overlooking their kindness. From Sextus, I gained a sense of kindness and the vision of a family ruled with paternal care. He embodied the principle of living in harmony with nature, maintaining dignity without pretense and caring deeply for his friends' well-being. He had patience for the uninformed and those who acted thoughtlessly, adapting to others in a way that was more genuine than flattery. He earned the respect of all who knew him, balancing affection with a composed and passionless demeanor. Sextus was adept at discerning and teaching the essential principles of life in a clear and systematic way. He neither displayed anger nor succumbed to excessive emotion and could express approval without boastfulness, showcasing his vast knowledge with humility. From Alexander the grammarian, I learned to avoid criticizing others for their mistakes in speech. Instead, he would tactfully suggest the correct expression in a way that invited inquiry and mutual understanding, focusing on the meaning rather than the error itself. From Fronto, I observed the traits of envy, deceit, and hypocrisy common to tyrants, and I recognized that many among the elite, often called patricians, lack true familial affection. From Alexander the Platonist, I learned to avoid frequently claiming I am too busy, either in speech or writing, and to refrain from using my duties as an excuse to neglect the responsibilities I owe to those around me. From Catullus, I learned not to dismiss a friend's criticism, even if it is unfounded, but to seek reconciliation and restore harmony. I also learned to honor teachers with heartfelt praise as exemplified by Domitius and Athenodotus, and to love my children sincerely and deeply. From my brother Severus, I learned to love my family, to cherish truth, and to uphold justice. Through him, I became acquainted with the lives and principles of Thrasea, Helvidius, Cato, Dion, and Brutus. From him, I gained the vision of a society governed by laws that are equal for all, where rights and freedoms are respected, and a monarchy that values the liberty of its people above all else. He also instilled in me a steadfast devotion to philosophy, a readiness to do good, a willingness to give freely, and the hope that my friends love me as I love them. In him, I saw no pretense or ambiguity in his judgments of others. His thoughts and wishes were always clear to those around him. From Maximus, I learned self-control and the ability to remain steadfast and unaffected by external influences. He taught me to maintain a cheerful disposition in all circumstances, even in illness, and to balance sweetness and dignity in my character. He showed me how to undertake my duties without complaint. I noticed that people trusted his words as sincere and believed he acted without any hidden agenda or malicious intent. He never appeared astonished or overwhelmed, was never in a hurry, and never postponed what needed to be done. He was never confused, despondent, or disingenuous in his demeanor, nor did he laugh to hide irritation or succumb to fits of passion or suspicion. Maximus was generous and forgiving, free from deceit, and exuded a natural integrity that seemed innate rather than cultivated. He carried himself as someone unwaveringly committed to righteousness, giving the impression that his goodness was not something acquired, but something fundamental to his being. No one could feel despised by Maximus, nor presume themselves his superior. He also possessed a gift for humor, delivered in a way that was both kind and agreeable. From my father, I learned patience and a calm disposition, combined with unyielding determination in decisions made after careful thought. He was free from vanity in the honors others held in high regard, and showed a love for hard work, persistence, and an open ear for ideas that benefited the common good. He consistently gave each person what they deserved and knew, from experience, when to act decisively and when to show restraint. He had conquered youthful passions and considered himself no greater than any other citizen. He freed his friends from obligations to dine with him or accompany him on outings, and those who were unable to join him due to pressing matters always found him the same, unaffected and understanding. He approached all deliberations with thorough investigation, never content with surface appearances, and displayed steadfastness in his inquiries. His loyalty to friends was enduring, neither quick to tire of them nor excessively attached. He was consistently cheerful and content, able to foresee and plan for both distant and minor matters without seeking attention. He discouraged public adulation and flattery, focused diligently on the needs of the empire, and managed expenditures wisely, enduring criticism for this without resentment. He avoided superstition and did not seek favor with gifts, flattery, or popular gestures. Instead, he was measured and resolute, free from petty or novel inclinations. When fortune provided material comforts, he used them without arrogance or justification. He enjoyed such things modestly and did not desire them when absent. No one could accuse him of being a sophist, a frivolous man, or a pedant. He was universally recognized as mature, capable, immune to flattery, and adept at managing both his own and others' affairs. He respected genuine philosophers and refrained from criticizing those who merely pretended to be such, yet he was never easily influenced by them. His conversation was pleasant and free of pretension, and he took reasonable care of his health, not out of vanity or a clinging to life, but to maintain his ability to serve without frequent need of physicians or medicine. He willingly acknowledged and supported the talents of others, whether in eloquence, law, ethics, or other skills, helping them achieve recognition in accordance with their abilities. He adhered to the traditions of his country without affectation, showing stability and consistency in his work and personal life. After episodes of physical discomfort, such as headaches, he would promptly resume his responsibilities with vigor. His private matters were limited and concerned only public affairs. He exercised prudence and simplicity in organizing public spectacles, constructing buildings and distributing resources, always focusing on necessity rather than reputation. He refrained from unnecessary indulgences, such as extravagant bathing schedules, elaborate homes, or finicky preferences for food, clothing, or the appearance of his servants. His garments were practical, sourced from his coastal villa at Laurium or from Lanuvium. His conduct, including how he treated the toll collector at Tusculum who sought forgiveness, reflected a consistency of kindness and fairness. He was neither harsh nor implacable, never forceful or excessive. He approached each task as though he had ample time, addressing matters thoroughly and with clarity. His approach mirrored the qualities attributed to Socrates, the ability to abstain from and enjoy life's pleasures without excess, displaying both restraint and moderation. This balance of strength and self-control reflected a perfect and invincible soul, evident even in his care during the illness of Maximus. To the gods I owe gratitude for having virtuous grandparents, kind parents, a caring sister, wise teachers, honorable companions, supportive relatives, and loyal friends. Nearly everything good in my life. I am further grateful that I was spared from committing offenses against the divine, despite having a temperament that might have led me astray if circumstances had permitted. Through their favor, such opportunities for wrongdoing never arose. I am thankful that I was not raised for longer under the influence of my grandfather's concubine, and that I preserved the integrity of my youth, delaying proof of my maturity until the proper time. I am grateful for a ruler and a father who humbled my pride and showed me that one could live in a palace without needing guards, lavish clothing, torches, or statues. He taught me that it is possible to live humbly, almost like a private citizen, without diminishing the dignity or responsibility required of a ruler working for the public good. I thank the gods for granting me a brother whose moral character inspired me to be vigilant over my own, while his respect and affection brought me joy. I am grateful that my children were neither unintelligent nor physically deformed, and that I did not immerse myself too deeply in rhetoric, poetry, or other pursuits that might have consumed me had I seen myself excelling in them. I am glad I acted promptly to honor those who raised me, rather than delaying until a later time when it might have been too late. I am thankful for having known remarkable individuals like Apollonius, Rusticus, and Maximus, and for receiving frequent and clear insights into living according to nature and understanding what that truly means. The gods, through their gifts, help, and inspiration, left me no obstacles to living a life in harmony with nature, except for my own failures and my disregard of their guidance and admonitions. I am thankful that my body has endured so long in this way of life, that I never violated moral boundaries with Benedicta or Theodotus, and that I overcame passionate infatuations. Though I sometimes clashed with Rusticus, I am relieved that I never did anything I later regretted. I am grateful that, although my mother passed away early, she spent her final years with me. Whenever I wished to assist someone in need, I was never prevented by a lack of resources, nor was I ever forced to depend on others for my own needs. I am blessed with a wife who is obedient, affectionate, and modest, and with excellent tutors for my children. I am thankful for remedies revealed to me through dreams, both for illnesses like blood-spitting and dizziness, and for other ailments. I am also grateful that my inclination toward philosophy led me to genuine teachers and not to sophists. I did not waste my time on history writers, trivial logical puzzles, or speculations about celestial phenomena, all pursuits requiring divine guidance and fortune. Written among the Quadi at Granua. Begin each morning by reminding yourself, today I will encounter people who are meddlesome, ungrateful, arrogant, deceitful, envious, and antisocial. These behaviors arise because they do not understand what is good and what is evil. However, I, who have understood the beauty of good and the ugliness of evil, and recognize that those who act wrongly are my kin, not just in blood or origin, but as participants in the same rationality and spark of divinity, cannot be harmed by them. They cannot tarnish my character, nor can I feel anger or hatred toward them, for we are made to cooperate, like feet, hands, eyelids, or the rows of upper and lower teeth. To oppose one another is unnatural, and to harbor resentment or turn away from others is to act against nature. Consider this. Whatever I am is a combination of flesh, breath, and the ruling mind. Discard distractions and unnecessary attachments. Set aside your books. As if you were on the brink of death, regard the flesh for what it is, a structure of blood, bones, nerves, veins, and arteries. Reflect on the breath. It is merely air continuously drawn in and expelled. The ruling mind, however, is your essence. Do not let it be enslaved by unsocial impulses or dragged like a puppet by emotions. Do not let it complain about your current circumstances or fear what lies ahead. Everything from the gods is guided by providence. Fortune, too, is intertwined with the natural order and the designs of providence. All events arise from this interconnectedness, driven by necessity and the greater good of the universe, of which you are a part. Whatever serves the whole serves you, for you are a part of nature. The universe is sustained by the transformations of its elements and the cycles of life and matter. Let these truths suffice for you. Hold them as unshakable beliefs and cast aside the endless craving for books. Die without complaints. Die with gratitude, cheerfulness, and a heart truly thankful to the gods. Remember how long you have delayed embracing these truths. Time and again the gods have offered you the opportunity to live according to them, yet you hesitate. Now finally understand your place in the universe and your connection to its divine order. Recognize that your time is finite. If you do not clear the clouds from your mind and align yourself with reason, this time will pass forever, leaving you unfulfilled. At every moment, think as a Roman and as a rational being. Approach whatever task is before you with simplicity, dignity, affection, freedom, and justice. Free your mind from distractions by treating each action as if it were your last. Let go of carelessness, emotional resistance to reason, hypocrisy, self-centeredness, and discontent. Reflect on how few things are needed for a peaceful life, a life that flows serenely, akin to the divine existence. The gods ask for no more from those who live by these principles. You wrong yourself, my soul, by failing to honor your own dignity. You may not have much time left to correct this, for life is fleeting. Each man's life is sufficient for him to fulfill his purpose, yet yours is nearly over, and you still place your happiness in the approval of others rather than within yourself. Are external events pulling you away from your true path? Take the time to learn something meaningful and good, and cease to be swept up in the chaos. But avoid falling into the opposite extreme. Idleness without direction is equally harmful. Those who exhaust themselves in endless activity without a clear purpose waste their lives, as do those whose thoughts lack focus. Rarely is a person unhappy because they fail to observe what is in another's mind. However, those who neglect to examine their own thoughts and inner workings are bound to be unhappy. Always remember the nature of the universe as a whole, your own nature, and how they are interconnected. Understand the role you play within the greater whole, and know that no one can prevent you from living in accordance with that nature. Theophrastus rightly observed, in his comparison of wrongful acts, that offenses committed out of desire are more blameworthy than those committed out of anger. When a person is angry, they turn away from reason due to pain or distress, often acting impulsively. However, someone driven by desire is overcome by pleasure, behaving in an undisciplined and indulgent way. This lack of temperance makes offenses of desire more reprehensible than those of anger, for anger may stem from feeling wronged, whereas desire springs from selfish impulses. Since it is possible that you could leave this life at any moment, conduct every action and thought as if it were your last. If the gods exist, there is no need to fear, for they would not allow harm to come to you unjustly. If they do not exist or do not concern themselves with human affairs, why should I fear living in a universe without divine guidance? But the gods do exist, and they do care for humanity. They have provided us with the ability to avoid true evils, and if there were any real harm, they would have ensured we could protect ourselves from it. That which does not corrupt your character cannot harm you. It is inconceivable that the universe, governed by reason and order, would overlook such matters or lack the ability to prevent indiscriminate suffering. Death and life, honor and dishonor, pain and pleasure, these things happen to all, both good and bad, without affecting our inner virtue. They are therefore neither good nor evil, as they have no power to make us better or worse. How quickly everything vanishes, the physical bodies in the universe, and in time, even their memory. Reflect on the nature of all tangible things, especially those that lure us with pleasure, frighten us with pain, or captivate us with fleeting fame. How insignificant, transient, and lifeless they truly are. This is something for the rational mind to observe, to see clearly the worthlessness of such things, and to consider the nature of those whose opinions shape reputations. Think also about death. When viewed objectively and broken into its basic components through reflection, it is nothing more than a natural process. To fear a natural process is childish, for it is both a function of nature and a contributor to its purposes. Observe, too, how man connects with the divine, through which part of himself and under what circumstances this connection is most fully realized. Nothing is more pitiable than a person who wastes life speculating endlessly, digging into the unknown, as the poet says, or guessing at the thoughts of others, while neglecting the guardian spirit within. To revere this spirit is to keep it pure, free from passion, thoughtlessness, and discontent with the events decreed by gods or men. The divine deserves veneration for its excellence, and humanity deserves affection for its shared kinship. Sometimes humanity even calls for pity, as ignorance of good and evil is as crippling as blindness to black and white. Even if you were to live for 3,000 years, or 10,000, the same truth remains. You can only lose the life you are living now. Life is always lived in the present, and that present is the same for everyone, whether long or short. What is past is gone, and the future has yet to arrive. Therefore, what can truly be taken from you? Keep in mind two truths. First, that all events are cyclical, recurring in the same patterns across time. And second, that both the longest-lived person and the one who dies young lose only the present moment. That is all anyone truly possesses. Remember that all is opinion. As Monimus the Cynic said, this is evident, and it is useful if you accept its truth and apply it. The human soul harms itself in several ways. First, when it isolates itself from the universe, resenting events as though it were separate from the whole. Second, when it acts against others with hostility or harm, as angered souls do. Third, when it is overwhelmed by pleasure or pain. Fourth, when it acts insincerely or falsely. Fifth, when it fails to set purposeful goals, performing thoughtless actions without considering their alignment with reason or the universal order. The aim of all rational beings is to live according to reason and the eternal laws of nature. Human life is fleeting, its physical form in constant flux, its perceptions dulled, its body prone to decay, its soul restless, and its fate unpredictable. Fame lacks judgment, and life at its core is a struggle, a temporary stay in an unfamiliar land. After death, even fame fades into oblivion. What then can guide a person? Only philosophy. Philosophy preserves the soul's inner integrity, shielding it from harm, rising above pain and pleasure, and acting with purpose, honesty, and independence. It accepts all that happens as flowing from the same source as oneself, and it meets death with tranquility, as it is nothing more than the dissolution of the elements from which all life is made. If the elements themselves are not harmed by constantly changing into one another, why should anyone fear the change and dissolution of their own body? It is natural, and nothing natural can be evil. We must reflect not only on the fact that our life diminishes daily, leaving us with less time, but also on the uncertainty of whether our faculties will remain sharp as we age. If a person lives longer, there is no guarantee that their mind will retain the capacity to understand and contemplate matters divine and human. When the mind begins to falter, the body's functions, such as digestion, appetite, and imagination, may continue, but the ability to reason, fulfill one's duties, discern truth from illusion, and determine when it is time to depart from life will be lost. These essential tasks demand a disciplined intellect, and once that is extinguished, much of what makes us human is lost. Therefore, we must act with urgency, not only because we approach death with each passing day, but because our capacity to understand and act meaningfully diminishes even faster. We should also recognize that even the byproducts of natural processes often possess a peculiar beauty. Take, for instance, the way bread splits at the surface during baking. These cracks, though unintended by the baker, have an appealing charm and can even enhance our desire to eat. Similarly, when figs ripen, they split open, and in olives the signs of near decay give the fruit a unique allure. The drooping heads of ripe grain, the furrowed brow of a lion, and the frothing mouths of wild boars, all of these, while not conventionally beautiful when examined in isolation, contribute to the larger beauty of nature. They are pleasing because they follow naturally from the processes of creation. A person who cultivates an appreciation for nature's workings will find beauty even in things that others might consider unappealing. For example, they might take as much pleasure in observing the gaping jaws of a wild animal in life as in the artistically rendered jaws of a painting or sculpture. They may see a certain dignity and grace in the faces of the elderly and a chaste appreciation of the youthful beauty of young people. Many such things may reveal their charm, not to everyone, but to those who have grown deeply attuned to the wonders of nature and her creations. Hippocrates, despite curing many diseases, eventually succumbed to illness and died. The Chaldeans, who predicted the deaths of others, were themselves overtaken by fate. Alexander, Pompey, and Gaius Caesar, after laying waste to entire cities and slaying tens of thousands in battle, also met their end. Heraclitus, who speculated on the universe's eventual conflagration, succumbed to dropsy and perished, covered in mud. Democritus was consumed by lice, as was Socrates. What does all this mean? You have embarked on the journey, completed the voyage, and now arrived at the shore. It is time to disembark. If another life awaits, the gods will be there as well. But if it is a state of no sensation, you will be free from pain and pleasure, and liberated from the physical vessel that enslaves the soul, a vessel that is inferior to the intelligence and divinity it serves, for the soul is of a higher order than the body, which is merely earth and corruption. Do not squander what remains of your life on idle thoughts about others, unless those thoughts are directed toward some common good. Wasting time speculating on what others are doing, saying, thinking, or planning only diverts your attention from observing and strengthening your own inner self. We must discipline our minds to reject purposeless and trivial thoughts, especially those driven by curiosity or malice. Instead, focus on thoughts that, if someone were to ask, "What are you thinking about right now?" you could answer honestly and proudly, this or that, with the assurance that your thoughts are simple, kind, and fitting for a rational and social being. Such a person does not dwell on sensual pleasures, rivalry, envy, or suspicion, nor entertain thoughts that would cause shame if spoken aloud. A person who reaches this state, who counts themselves among the best, lives as a priest and servant of the gods. They honor the divine spirit within, keeping it untainted by pleasure, unharmed by pain, unshaken by insult, and untouched by wrongdoing. They are a warrior in the noblest battle, unyielding to passions, steeped in justice, and accepting with their whole being whatever life assigns to them. This person rarely, and only out of necessity or for the greater good, concerns themselves with the thoughts or actions of others. They focus instead on their own responsibilities and the tasks allotted to them within the grand scheme of life. They endeavor to make their own actions just and accept their fate as inherently good, believing that their life circumstances carry them forward and are carried forward by them in turn. Such a person remembers that every rational being is akin and that caring for others is intrinsic to human nature. However, they give weight only to the opinions of those who live in harmony with nature and disregard the praise of those who live contrary to it. They reflect on the lives of such people, their conduct at home and abroad, by night and by day, and the company they keep in their impure lives. With this in mind, they place no value on the approval of those who are not even at peace with themselves. Work willingly and with purpose, always mindful of the common good. Let your efforts be deliberate and focused, not scattered or distracted. Do not embellish your thoughts with unnecessary ornamentation, and avoid becoming a person of many words or someone preoccupied with too many trivial matters. Above all, let the divine spirit within you guide your actions, a spirit that is mature, steadfast, and committed to its duties, like a Roman citizen who stands ready to answer the call of life's end without hesitation or the need for external validation. Be cheerful, seek no external aid for tranquility, and do not rely on others to keep you upright. A man must stand firm on his own. If you discover something in life greater than justice, truth, temperance, courage, or the inner satisfaction that comes from living according to reason and accepting your assigned place in the world, then pursue it wholeheartedly. But if nothing proves greater than the divine reason within you, which governs your desires, scrutinizes impressions, and, as Socrates taught, rises above sensory distractions to align itself with the gods and care for humanity, then allow nothing else to take precedence. If you allow lesser things, such as the praise of others, power, or fleeting pleasures, to compete with the highest good of your rational soul, you will lose focus and be distracted from your true purpose. It is not fitting to let anything other than what is rationally and ethically good dominate your life. These lesser pursuits, even when they seem minor or aligned with virtue, can easily take control and lead you astray. Instead, choose the better path freely and decisively, and hold to it. If something is truly useful, embrace it. But distinguish carefully. If it serves you only as an animal, acknowledge it without arrogance and let it go. Make your judgments with humility, and ensure your inquiries are guided by sound reason and method. Never consider anything profitable if it forces you to break your word, lose your self-respect, harbor hatred, fall into suspicion, curse others, act deceitfully, or desire things that require secrecy and concealment. A person who prioritizes reason, their inner guiding spirit, and the pursuit of virtue above all else, avoids these pitfalls. Such a person does not play the victim, does not complain, and has no need for isolation or excessive companionship. Most importantly, they neither chase after life nor run from death. Whether their soul remains in the body for a long or short time is irrelevant. If they must leave life immediately, they will depart as calmly as if attending to any other task that can be done with dignity and order, remaining focused throughout life on what is appropriate for a rational being and a member of a civil society. In the soul of someone who is disciplined and pure, you will find no corruption, impurity, or unresolved wounds. Their life, when fate calls them away, is not left incomplete, as might be said of an actor leaving the stage before finishing the play. They live without servility, affectation, or excessive attachment to things, yet are not detached inappropriately. They have nothing to hide and nothing to regret. Respect the faculty within you that forms opinions, for your inner life depends entirely on it. It determines whether your judgments align with nature and the principles of a rational being. This faculty promises freedom from rash decisions, fosters goodwill toward others, and enables obedience to the divine order. Set aside all distractions and cling only to what truly matters. Remember that every person lives only in the present moment, an indivisible point in time. All else is either in the past or uncertain. Life is brief, the space we occupy is small, and even the longest-lasting fame after death is short-lived, preserved only by a succession of mortal beings who will soon die themselves and barely understand their own existence, let alone that of someone long gone. Add to these reflections another practice. Clearly define and describe each thing you encounter. Examine its essence, strip it of embellishment, see it in its entirety, and call it by its true name. Identify its components and understand how it will eventually dissolve. This methodical and truthful examination elevates the mind, allowing you to see life's events in their proper context, both within the vastness of the universe and in relation to human beings, who are citizens of the highest city, of which all earthly cities are but smaller parts. Contemplate the nature and duration of each thing that affects you, and consider what virtues, gentleness, courage, truth, fidelity, simplicity, or contentment, you may need to respond appropriately. In every situation, remind yourself, this comes from God or from the workings of fate or from chance or from a fellow human who may not understand their role within nature. But you do understand, and for that reason, you act toward others with kindness and justice, even when they act out of ignorance. Simultaneously, for things that hold no moral weight, strive to discern their true value. If you focus on the task at hand with serious effort, calm determination, and adherence to right reason, without letting distractions cloud your mind, and if you keep your inner self pure, ready to return it to the divine at any moment, you will live a fulfilled life. Expect nothing, fear nothing, and be content with your present actions in accordance with nature, speaking and acting with unshakable honesty. In this way, no one can prevent your happiness, and just as physicians keep their tools prepared for emergencies, so too should you have principles ready for understanding both the divine and the human. Let every action, even the smallest, reflect the bond that connects these two realms. You cannot perform human duties well without reference to the divine, nor divine duties without reference to the human. Do not wander aimlessly any longer. Do not put off living by reserving your reflections, your writings, or the histories of Rome and Greece for your old age. Instead, focus now on the purpose before you. Abandon idle hopes and come to your own aid while you still have the power to act, if you care for yourself at all. Many fail to understand the true significance of actions like stealing, sowing, buying, or observing what must be done. These things are not determined by the eyes, but by a deeper kind of vision. Consider body, soul, and intellect. The body experiences sensations, the soul harbors desires, and the intellect governs principles. Perceiving forms through appearances is common to all animals. Being driven by desires is shared by wild beasts, indulgent humans, and tyrants like Phalaris and Nero. Even those who deny the gods or betray their country are guided by an intellect toward what seems beneficial to them. What then distinguishes a good person? It is their ability to accept and find contentment in what happens to them, to embrace their allotted destiny without complaint, and to keep the divine presence within them untainted and undisturbed. They avoid overwhelming their mind with chaotic thoughts, instead treating it as a tranquil guide, honoring it as a god. The good person does nothing contrary to truth or justice, even if others refuse to believe in their simplicity, modesty, or contentment. Such a person feels neither anger nor bitterness toward doubters. They continue along the path that leads to life's end, striving to reach it pure, calm, ready to depart, and fully reconciled to their fate. The ruling mind, when it aligns with nature, adapts itself effortlessly to events as they unfold. It does not demand a specific set of circumstances, but moves toward its purpose under any condition. It even transforms obstacles into fuel for its progress, much like fire consumes whatever falls into it. A weak flame might be extinguished, but a strong fire appropriates what feeds it, burning brighter and rising higher because of it. Let no action be undertaken without purpose, or in a manner that strays from the principles of excellence and skill. People often seek escapes for themselves, country houses, seaside retreats, or mountain hideaways. You too might long for such places. Yet this desire reflects a common mindset, for it is always within your power to retreat into yourself. Nowhere offers greater peace or freedom than the quiet of your own soul, especially when it is filled with thoughts that bring immediate tranquility. True tranquility, after all, is nothing more than a well-ordered mind. Regularly take this inward retreat and refresh yourself, guided by simple and fundamental principles. These principles, when recalled, will cleanse your soul of discontent and prepare you to return to your duties with renewed clarity. What troubles you? The faults of others. Remember that humans are rational creatures meant to coexist, and patience with others is a form of justice. People err not out of malice but ignorance. Reflect on how many have fought, hated, and resented one another, only to lie silent in death, reduced to ashes. Let this realization quiet your mind. Perhaps you are dissatisfied with your lot in life. Remind yourself of this truth. Either the universe is governed by providence, or it is the result of random atomic collisions. Consider the arguments that the cosmos is a harmonious and interconnected community, and find peace in that understanding. Do the burdens of the body still weigh on you? Reflect that the mind, once aware of its own power, remains separate from physical sensations, unaffected by whether the breath flows gently or violently. Recall what you have learned about pain and pleasure, and let this knowledge restore your calm. Is it fame you seek? Consider how quickly everything is forgotten. Look at the vast, chaotic expanse of time before and after this fleeting present. See the insignificance of applause, the fickleness and poor judgment of those who give it, and how confined their praise truly is. The entire earth is but a tiny point in the vastness of the cosmos. Your dwelling occupies an even smaller corner, populated by few people of little consequence. Why let their approval disturb you? This remains for you. Remember to retreat into the small sanctuary of your mind. Above all, do not allow yourself to become distracted or strained. Be free and view things as a man, as a human being, as a citizen of the world, and as a mortal. When you seek refuge in your thoughts, two principles should be foremost. First, external things cannot touch the soul. They are outside of you and remain unchanged. Only your opinions about them can disturb you. Second, everything you see is in constant flux, transforming and vanishing. Reflect often on the many changes you have already witnessed. The universe is transformation. Life is shaped by our opinions. If our intellect is shared, then so too is the reason that defines us as rational beings. If this is true, then the reason that guides our actions, telling us what to do and what not to do, is also shared. This implies the existence of a common law, making us fellow citizens of a universal community. In this sense, the world itself is a state, for no other political community encompasses all of humanity. From this universal community arise our intellectual faculties, our ability to reason, and our capacity for justice. Where else could they come from? Just as the elements that form our physical bodies come from the earth, water, and fire, so too must our rational soul originate from a shared source. Death is no different from birth, a natural mystery. It is simply the recomposition and decomposition of elements. It is nothing shameful or contrary to the nature of a rational being, nor is it opposed to the order of the universe. It is inevitable that people will act as they do. Their behavior is dictated by their nature. To wish otherwise is like expecting a fig tree not to produce figs. Remember that in a short time, both you and those who trouble you will be gone, and even your names will be forgotten. Eliminate the thought, "I have been harmed," and you remove the harm itself. Without the complaint, the injury ceases to exist. Similarly, that which does not make a man worse in character cannot truly harm him, either externally or internally. The nature of the universe, which governs all things for the greater good, compels events to unfold as they do. Reflect that everything which happens does so justly. If you look carefully, you will see that this is true, not only in the sequence of events, but also in the way each thing is assigned its proper place and value. Continue to observe in this way, and whatever you do, let it align with goodness, the kind of goodness that defines what it truly means to be human. Let this guide all your actions. This remains essential. Remember to retreat into the small sanctuary of your mind. Above all, do not distract or strain yourself. Be free and view things as a man, as a human being, as a citizen of the world, and as a mortal. When you seek this refuge, focus on two fundamental principles. First, external things cannot touch the soul. They remain outside and unmoved. Only your inner opinions can disturb you. Second, all things you see are constantly changing and will soon no longer exist. Reflect often on how many changes you have already witnessed. The universe is transformation, and life is shaped by our opinions. If our intellect is shared, then so too is the reason that defines us as rational beings. If this is true, the reason that guides our actions, dictating what to do and what not to do, is also shared. From this follows the existence of a universal law, making us fellow citizens of a greater community. In this sense, the world itself is a state, for no other political body encompasses all of humanity. From this universal community arises our capacity for reason, law, and intellect. Where else could these come from? Just as the physical elements of our bodies come from the earth, water, and fire, so too must our rational soul originate from a shared source. Death is no different from birth, a natural mystery. It is simply the assembly and disassembly of elements. There is no shame in it, for it aligns with the nature of a rational being and the logic of our existence. It is inevitable that people will act according to their nature. To wish otherwise is like expecting a fig tree not to produce figs. Remember this too. In a short time, both you and those who trouble you will be gone, and even your names will fade from memory. Eliminate the thought, "I have been harmed," and the harm itself vanishes. Without the complaint, the injury ceases to exist. Similarly, what does not worsen a man's character cannot make his life worse or harm him from within or without. The nature of the universe, which governs all things for the greater good, necessitates that events unfold as they do. Reflect on the justice inherent in everything that happens. If you look carefully, you will see it, not only in the continuity of events, but also in the fairness with which each thing is assigned its role and value. Continue to observe in this way, and in everything you do, align your actions with goodness, the kind of goodness that defines what it truly means to be human. Hold firmly to this in every action. Do not adopt the perspective of the person who wrongs you or conform to the opinion they wish you to hold. Instead, see things as they truly are. A man should always keep two principles in mind. First, act only in ways that the reason of your higher guiding faculty would approve, actions that serve humanity. Second, be willing to change your opinion if someone presents you with clear evidence or reason that convinces you otherwise. However, let such change come from a genuine understanding of what is just or beneficial, not simply because it seems pleasant or enhances your reputation. Do you possess reason? Yes, then why do you not use it? If your reason fulfills its purpose, what more do you need? You are part of a greater whole. When you disappear, you will return to the source from which you came, being transformed back into its essential principle. Think of grains of frankincense placed on the same altar. One falls earlier, another later, but this makes no difference. Within 10 days, you could seem like a god to those who now view you as no better than a beast or an ape. If you return to your principles and live in service to reason, do not live as though you have 10,000 years ahead of you. Death hangs over you. While you are alive and still able, be good. How much trouble is avoided by focusing solely on your own actions, ensuring they are just and pure, rather than concerning yourself with what others say, do, or think. As Agathon said, do not look at the depraved morals of others, but instead run straight along your own path without straying. Those who crave posthumous fame fail to consider that everyone who remembers them will also soon die, as will those who remember them, until all memory fades. Even if we imagine that those who remember you could be immortal, and their remembrance eternal, what difference does it make to you? And this is not a question for the dead, but for the living. What real value does praise hold, except insofar as it serves a practical purpose? By seeking fame, you reject nature's gifts in favor of something insubstantial. Anything that is truly beautiful is beautiful in itself. Its beauty does not depend on being praised. Neither praise nor blame can make it better or worse. This is true even for what the masses call beautiful, material things and works of art. That which is truly beautiful requires nothing else, no more than law, truth, benevolence, or modesty. Which of these becomes more beautiful because it is praised, or less so because it is criticized? Does an emerald lose its luster if it is not praised? Does gold, ivory, purple dye, a musical instrument, a small blade, a flower, or a shrub? If souls continue to exist after death, how does the air contain them for eternity? Consider this: how does the earth accommodate the countless bodies that have been buried since ancient times? Just as the bodies buried in the earth decompose and transform, making room for others, so too do souls in the air. After existing for a time, they are transformed and dispersed, taking on a fiery nature as they are absorbed into the universal intelligence. In this way, space is made for new souls to reside. This explanation could satisfy those who believe in the eternal existence of souls. But do not think only of human bodies. Consider the countless animals consumed daily by humans and other creatures. Their bodies, too, are buried, in a sense, within those who eat them. Yet the earth accommodates them through the transformation of their substance into blood, and eventually into air or fire. What is the truth behind all this? It lies in distinguishing between the material and the cause of form, the essence that shapes what is. Do not let yourself be swept away by chaos. In every action, maintain a sense of justice, and in every perception, hold on to understanding and clarity. Everything that aligns with you, O universe, aligns with me. Nothing is too early or too late if it happens at the right time for you. Whatever your seasons bring is fruitful to me, O nature. From you come all things. In you all things exist. To you all things return. The poet once said, "Dear city of Cecrops," but should you not say, "Dear city of Zeus"? The philosopher advises, busy yourself with few things if you wish to find tranquility. But consider if it might be better to say, do only what is necessary, what reason, as a social being, demands, and in the way it demands. This approach not only brings the peace of doing well, but also the peace of doing little. Most of what we say and do is unnecessary. By removing these excesses, we create more leisure and less stress. Therefore, on every occasion ask yourself, is this necessary? This applies not only to actions but also to thoughts, for unnecessary thoughts lead to unnecessary actions. Try living as the good man does, one who is content with his share of the whole, satisfied with his just actions and kind disposition. Have you observed those things? Then look at these as well. Do not let yourself become agitated. Simplify your mind and actions. Does someone commit wrongdoing? They harm only themselves. Has something happened to you? Remember, everything that happens has been allotted to you by the universe since its beginning. In short, your life is brief. Use the present wisely with reason and justice. Even in relaxation, remain measured and mindful. Either the universe is a well-ordered system or a chaotic jumble. But still, it is a universe. Can there be order within you and disorder in the whole, especially when everything is interconnected, dispersed, and mutually sympathetic? A character can be many things: dark, cowardly, stubborn, brutish, childish, ignorant, deceitful, vulgar, fraudulent, or tyrannical. If a person is ignorant of the universe's workings, they are a stranger to it. Likewise, one who is unaware of events within it is also a stranger. A person who abandons reason and rejects society is a deserter. One who closes their mind is blind. Someone who depends entirely on others for what is necessary to live is impoverished. A person who resents and separates themselves from the natural order of things, displeased with what happens, is like an abscess on the body of the universe. This same nature that creates events also created you. To sever your soul from the collective soul of all rational beings is to tear yourself apart from humanity. One philosopher may lack a cloak, another may lack books, yet another may be barely clothed and say, "I have no bread, but I live by reason." Similarly, someone else might say, "I gain no livelihood from my knowledge, but I remain steadfast in my reason." Love the craft you have learned, no matter how humble it may be, and take pride in it. Live the rest of your life with your trust fully placed in the gods, surrendering all you have to them. Make yourself neither a tyrant nor a slave to any man. Reflect, for instance, on the time of Emperor Vespasian. You would have seen people marrying, raising children, falling ill, dying, waging wars, feasting, trading, farming, flattering, acting arrogantly, suspecting others, scheming, wishing for others' deaths, grumbling about the present, loving, hoarding wealth, or seeking positions of power and influence. And yet none of their lives remain. Now think of the time of Emperor Trajan. Again, the same activities filled their lives, and yet their lives too have vanished. Look at other eras and nations, and you will see the same cycle, people striving for so much only to dissolve into the elements. Most importantly, Reflect on those you have personally known. How many of them distracted themselves with trivialities, neglecting to live according to their true nature and to find contentment in it? Remember that everything deserves only the level of attention appropriate to its value. If you maintain this perspective, you will not waste energy on minor matters or become dissatisfied. Words once familiar have now grown old-fashioned, just as the names of those once celebrated have faded into obscurity. Camillus, Caeso, Volusus, Leonatus, names that once carried weight are now barely remembered. Soon after them came Scipio and Cato, then Augustus, and later Hadrian and Antoninus. All things quickly pass and become mere stories, forgotten with time. Even those who shone brightly are eventually lost to oblivion. As for the rest, as soon as their breath leaves them, they vanish, and no one speaks of them. Ultimately, what is even an eternal remembrance? It is nothing. So what deserves our serious attention? This: to maintain just thoughts, to act with fairness and care for others, to speak truthfully, and to accept willingly all that happens, seeing it as necessary, natural, and flowing from a source and principle akin to yourself. Surrender yourself willingly to Clotho, one of the Fates, letting her spin your thread of life into whatever pattern she pleases. Everything lasts but a day, both those who remember and those who are remembered. Observe that everything occurs through change. Familiarize yourself with the idea that the nature of the universe loves change above all else, transforming what exists into something new. Everything is, in some way, a seed of what will come to be. Do not limit your thoughts to seeds sown in the earth or a womb. This is a narrow view. You will soon die, yet you are not yet simple, free of disturbances, free from fear of external harm, or completely kind to others. Nor do you yet place wisdom in the one true thing, acting justly. Examine the guiding principles of others, even those considered wise. Observe what they avoid and what they pursue. What you consider evil does not lie in another person's reason or in any transformation of your body. Where, then, does it reside? It exists in the part of you that forms opinions about what is good and bad. If you refuse to form such opinions, nothing can harm you. Even if your body is burned, decays, or succumbs to illness, let the part of you that forms judgments remain at peace. Recognize that nothing is inherently good or bad if it happens equally to those who live according to nature and those who do not. Always regard the universe as a single living being, with one substance and one soul. Notice how all things are connected to this singular perception, how they act in unison, and how everything cooperates to create all that exists. See the continuous spinning of the thread of life and the intricate weaving of its web. You are a small soul carrying around a corpse, as Epictetus once said. There is no evil in change, nor is there inherent good in things merely continuing unchanged. Time is like a river, a relentless flow of events. As soon as something appears, it is swept away, and another thing takes its place, only to be carried away as well. Everything that happens is as natural and familiar as spring roses or summer fruit. Disease, death, slander, and betrayal are no different. These things delight the foolish or distress them, but they are as inevitable as the seasons. In the order of the universe, everything that follows is perfectly suited to what came before. This sequence is not random or disjointed, but rational and interconnected. Just as all existing things are arranged harmoniously, so too are the events of life. They are not mere occurrences, but part of a profound, purposeful relationship. Always remember the wisdom of Heraclitus. The death of earth is to become water, the death of water is to become air, and the death of air is to become fire, and the process reverses in turn. Reflect also on those who forget where their path leads, and quarrel with the very order of the universe they are a part of. They find the everyday strange and alien. Remember, too, that we must not act or speak as though we are sleepwalking through life, because even in sleep we appear to act and speak. Nor should we simply mimic what we were taught, like children copying their parents. If a god were to tell you that you would die tomorrow, or certainly the day after, you would not be greatly concerned whether it was tomorrow or the next day, unless your spirit was truly small. How insignificant is the difference between the two? So, Consider it equally trivial to die after many years as it is to die tomorrow. Think often about how many physicians have died after furrowing their brows over patients, how many astrologers after boldly predicting the deaths of others, how many philosophers after endless debates about mortality, how many warriors after slaying thousands, and how many tyrants who wielded power cruelly as though they were immortal. Reflect, too, on the cities that have vanished, Hellas, Pompeii, Herculaneum, and countless others. Add to this list all the people you have known, one person burying another, only to be buried themselves soon after. All of this transpires in a fleeting moment. Recognize how brief and insignificant human affairs truly are. What was yesterday merely mucus will tomorrow be ashes or a mummy. So pass through this short span of time in harmony with nature and complete your journey with gratitude. Fall like a ripe olive, blessing the tree that bore you and giving thanks to nature for your existence. Be like a steadfast promontory against which the waves crash endlessly. It stands unmoved, taming the fury of the waters that surround it. I am unhappy because this has happened to me. Not so. Instead say, I am fortunate despite this happening to me, because I remain free from pain, neither overwhelmed by the present nor afraid of the future. For something like this could happen to anyone, but not everyone would remain untroubled. Why then do you see this as misfortune rather than a testament to your good fortune? Do you call something a misfortune if it does not deviate from human nature? And does something truly deviate from human nature if it is not contrary to its will? You know the will of nature. Does this event stop you from being just, brave, temperate, prudent, or free from rash opinions and lies? Does it hinder your modesty, freedom, or the virtues that enable human nature to fulfill its purpose? On any occasion that brings you vexation, remember this. It is not the event that is a misfortune, but bearing it nobly is a sign of good fortune. It is a common though helpful practice to overcome the fear of death by reflecting on those who clung stubbornly to life. What more did they gain than those who died young? Ultimately, they too ended up in their graves. Cadicianus, Fabius, Julianus, Lepidus, and countless others. They carried many to their tombs before being carried to their own. The interval between birth and death is short, no matter what. Consider how much effort, hardship, and frailty fill that brief time, often in the company of unworthy people. Do not regard life as inherently valuable. Look instead to the vastness of time behind you and the boundless time ahead. In this infinite span, what difference is there between someone who lives 3 days and someone who lives 3 lifetimes? Always take the shortest path, which is the natural one, to say and do everything in accordance with the soundest reason. This approach frees a person from turmoil, conflict, pretense, and unnecessary display. When you wake in the morning and feel reluctant to rise, remind yourself, I am getting up to do the work of a human being. Why then should I feel discontented if I am about to perform the tasks for which I was created and brought into this world? Or was I made for this, to lie under the covers and keep warm? But it's so comfortable, you might say. Were you created solely to seek comfort and not for action and effort? Look at the plants, the birds, the ants, the spiders, and the bees. All of them work tirelessly to organize and maintain their parts of the universe. Will you then refuse to do the work of a human being and neglect the purpose of your nature? But I need rest too, you might argue. Rest is indeed necessary, but nature has set limits for it, just as it has for eating and drinking. Yet you exceed those limits with food and drink, while in your actions you fall short of what you are capable of. This shows that you do not truly love yourself, for if you did, you would love your nature and its purpose. Consider those who are passionate about their craft. They wear themselves out for it, going unwashed and unfed to perfect their art. Yet you value your own nature less than the turner values turning, the dancer values dancing, the miser values money, or the vain man values fleeting glory. These individuals are so devoted that they forego food and sleep to pursue what they care about. Will you then regard the work that benefits society as less important or less deserving of your effort? How simple it is to dismiss any troublesome or inappropriate thought and to return immediately to a state of calm and tranquility. Evaluate every word and action by asking whether it aligns with nature. If it is right to say or do, then it is right for you. Do not be swayed by criticism or the words of others. People have their own guiding principles and motivations. Do not let these distract you. Instead, stay focused on following your own nature and the universal order, for the path of both is the same. I will move through the events that nature brings until I fall into rest, exhaling my breath into the element from which I draw it daily, and returning to the earth from which my father's seed was formed, my mother's blood, and my nurse's milk. For years the earth has sustained me with food and drink, borne my steps, and endured my use for countless purposes. You say people don't admire my sharp intellect. So be it. But there are many other qualities for which you cannot claim, I am not naturally suited to these. Show the qualities that are entirely within your control: sincerity, seriousness, endurance of hard work, disdain for indulgence, contentment with your share and with few possessions, benevolence, honesty, modesty, simplicity, and freedom from trivial concerns. Do you not see how many virtues you can demonstrate immediately, with no excuse of natural inability? And yet you willingly fall short. Are you somehow forced by nature to grumble, to be stingy, to flatter others, to criticize your body, to seek others' approval, or to show off and remain restless in mind? No, by the gods, you could have freed yourself from these faults long ago. And even if you are somewhat slow or lack sharp understanding, you should work on improving this too, neither ignoring it nor taking pride in your sluggishness. When one man performs a service for another, he may feel the need to record it as a favor owed to him. Another might refrain from openly demanding recognition, but still considers the other person in his debt and remains conscious of what he has done. A third man, however, does not even dwell on his actions, much like a vine that simply produces grapes and expects nothing more after fulfilling its purpose. A horse runs, a dog tracks its prey, a bee makes honey. Each performs its nature-driven role without seeking applause. Likewise, when a man performs a good deed, he doesn't call out for others to notice, but moves on to his next act, just as the vine produces grapes again when the season comes. Should a man then act like this, performing his duties without even realizing it? Yes. But there is still a need for awareness of one's actions, for it is a trait of social beings to recognize that they are working in a cooperative and meaningful way. Moreover, it is natural for one to wish that their efforts are recognized by their peers. What you say is true, but you misunderstand the point. Those who perform good acts without seeking recognition often misinterpret this reasoning. If you truly understand what is being said here, you will not neglect any social responsibility or action. The Athenians had a prayer: "Rain, rain, dear Zeus, on the ploughed fields of the Athenians and on the plains." Truly, we ought either not to pray at all or to pray in such a simple and noble manner. Just as we understand when someone says, "Aesculapius prescribed horseback riding, cold baths, or walking barefoot to this man," we should understand similarly when we say, "The nature of the universe prescribed disease, injury, loss, or other hardships to this man." In the first case, the prescription refers to something that promotes health. In the second case, it means that what happens to each individual aligns with their destiny, as if it were custom-made for them. When we say something is suitable for us, we mean it fits into the larger pattern, just as workmen say that stones fit together harmoniously in walls or pyramids. The universe, composed of all bodies, achieves its form through this harmony. Similarly, necessity or destiny arises from the interplay of all causes, forming a cohesive whole. Even those unfamiliar with philosophy understand this, for they say, "It was destined to happen to such a person." Therefore, accept what happens as something prescribed for you, just as you accept the treatments prescribed by Aesculapius. Many of his remedies are unpleasant, yet we endure them in the hope of regaining health. Let your view of what the universe deems good align with your understanding of health. Accept everything that occurs, even when it seems unpleasant, because it contributes to the health of the universe and the harmony of Zeus, the cosmos. The universe would not assign anything to an individual unless it were essential for the greater good. The nature of things cannot produce anything unsuited to its purpose. Thus, it is reasonable to be content with what happens to you for two reasons. First, it was intended specifically for you, tied to the threads of your destiny spun from ancient causes. Second, every event contributes to the well-being and continuity of the universe. If you resist or are dissatisfied with what happens, you metaphorically sever yourself from the whole, disrupting its harmony as much as you can. By opposing the flow of nature, you harm not only yourself but the integrity of the whole. Do not be discouraged or disheartened if you fail to live up to the highest principles in every action. When you falter, return to the path and take comfort in the fact that most of what you do aligns with human nature. Embrace this return, not as a student returning to a harsh master, but as someone caring for themselves, like applying a soothing remedy to sore eyes or a balm to a wound. By doing this, you will remain true to reason and find peace in it. Remember, philosophy requires only what your nature requires. If you desire something beyond that, it is likely not aligned with your true nature. You might argue, but isn't what I desire more enjoyable than what I am doing now? That is precisely how pleasure deceives us. Reflect instead on whether magnanimity, freedom, simplicity, equanimity, and piety are not more rewarding. What could be more agreeable than wisdom itself? Consider the serenity and happiness that come from understanding the nature of things and acting in harmony with knowledge. The nature of things is so obscured and complex that many philosophers, not just ordinary ones, have found them utterly incomprehensible. Even the Stoics, who value clarity, have acknowledged the difficulty of understanding these matters. Furthermore, our convictions are unstable. Who among us never changes their beliefs? Reflect then on the nature of the objects themselves, how fleeting and insignificant they are, how easily they could fall into the hands of a wretched person, a prostitute, or a thief. Then consider the behavior of those around you. Often, even the most agreeable individuals are difficult to tolerate, let alone the challenge of tolerating yourself. Amid this darkness, grime, and the ceaseless flow of time, matter, and motion, what is truly worthy of great esteem or effort? I can think of nothing. Instead, we should seek comfort in waiting patiently for the natural end of life, free from frustration over its delay. Rest in these two principles. First, that nothing will happen to me that is not in harmony with the nature of the universe, and second, that I have the power to never act against my guiding reason or conscience. No one can compel me to betray these principles. What is my soul occupied with right now? I must constantly ask myself this question and examine the state of my ruling principle, the core of my being. What kind of soul do I currently possess? Is it like that of a child, an immature youth, a weak-willed woman, a tyrant, a domestic animal, or a wild beast? To understand the nature of things that most people regard as good, we can reflect on this. If a man truly believed virtues such as wisdom, temperance, justice, and courage were good, he would reject anything inconsistent with them. But if someone first perceives the so-called goods of the masses, wealth, luxury, or fame, as desirable, they will accept ideas about these things that might otherwise seem crude or distasteful. Even the masses understand this difference. For instance, consider the comic poet's line that those who possess much wealth have nowhere to relieve themselves due to sheer abundance. We laugh and accept this about material excess, but the same statement would offend if applied to genuine virtues. Ask yourself then, should we really regard those things as good, which, when conceived in abundance, could invite ridicule such as this? I am composed of form and matter, neither of which will vanish into nothingness, just as neither emerged from nothing. Every part of me will eventually transform into a new part of the universe, and that will in turn change into yet another form, endlessly. It is through such transformations that I exist, as do my ancestors and their ancestors before them. This infinite chain of transformations extends both forward and backward, and nothing prevents us from acknowledging this, even if the universe operates in recurring cycles or patterns of change. Reason and the art of reasoning, also known as philosophy, are self-sufficient powers. They originate from their own first principles and proceed toward their intended goals. This is why their actions are described as correct or right, as the term implies a journey along the proper path. A man should not claim as his own anything that does not pertain to his nature as a human being. These things are neither essential to human life nor promised by human nature, nor do they contribute to its ultimate purpose. Consequently, the end goal of human existence does not depend on such things, nor are they means to achieve it. If they were essential to humanity, it would be inappropriate to scorn them or resist them. A man would not be praiseworthy for living without them, nor would someone who abstains from them be considered virtuous. However, the more a person willingly gives up such things or patiently endures their loss, the better and more virtuous they become. The character of your mind is shaped by your habitual thoughts. Therefore, ensure your mind is continually dyed with reflections like these. Wherever a man can live, he can live well. If one must live in a palace, then one can also live well in a palace. Consider that every being is created for a specific purpose and is naturally inclined toward it. Its good lies in fulfilling that purpose. For rational beings, this good is found in living harmoniously within society. It has already been demonstrated that humans are inherently designed for community and cooperation. Clearly, the lesser exists for the sake of the greater. Living beings are superior to inanimate objects, and among living beings, those endowed with reason are superior to those without it. To seek the impossible is folly. It is impossible for the wicked not to act wickedly. Nothing happens to a man that he is not naturally equipped to endure. The same events befall others who, through either ignorance or pride, stand firm and remain unharmed. Should ignorance and arrogance be stronger than wisdom? Surely not. It is shameful to allow it. External things cannot touch the soul or affect it in the slightest. They have no power to enter the soul or move it. Only the soul itself has the ability to act, turn, or decide what judgments to form about the events it encounters. In one sense, mankind is closest to me, as I am called to do good for others and to bear with them patiently. But when certain individuals become obstacles to my rightful actions, they are no more significant to me than the sun, the wind, or a wild animal. These forces may hinder my actions, but cannot impede my will or disposition. The mind, in its strength, can transform every obstacle into an opportunity and turn hindrances into advantages. Thus, what initially appears to block our path ultimately helps us along it. Show reverence for the greatest force in the universe, which governs and uses all things. Similarly, honor the highest part of yourself, the reasoning mind, which reflects the universal order. Within you lies the power that governs all else in your life and directs your actions. What does not harm the community does not harm the individual. For every situation that seems harmful, apply this principle. If the community remains unharmed, so do I. But if the community is indeed harmed, do not be angry with the person causing the harm. Instead, show them their error. Frequently reflect on how quickly things pass and fade away, both those that exist now and those that are created. The essence of all things is like a river, constantly flowing. Actions change unceasingly, and causes operate in countless ways. There is almost nothing that remains fixed. Consider also the vast expanse of time that lies behind you and the infinite future ahead, into which everything dissolves. Is it not foolish, then, to be proud or troubled by fleeting things that vex you only for a brief moment? Think of the universal substance, of which you are but a tiny fragment, and of universal time, from which only a fleeting instant has been allotted to you, and of fate's design, in which your role is so small. Has someone wronged me? Let them deal with their own conscience. They act according to their own disposition. I am content with what universal nature has given me, and will act according to my own nature's will. Let the part of your soul that leads and governs remain unshaken by the sensations of the body, whether pleasure or pain. Do not allow it to blend with them. Instead, confine those sensations to their appropriate domain. If these physical feelings reach the mind due to the natural connection within the body, do not resist the awareness, for it is natural. But let the mind avoid attaching to these sensations the judgment that they are inherently good or bad. Live in harmony with the gods. One does this by showing them that their soul is content with whatever is given and acts in accordance with the divine will. Every person has been gifted by Zeus with a guardian spirit, a portion of himself, that guides and watches over them. This spirit is each person's reason and understanding. Do you grow angry at someone whose armpits smell or whose breath is foul? What benefit is there in being disturbed by such things? Their body naturally produces such odors, you might argue, but they have reason and could take steps to correct this if they cared. True, and you also have reason. Use it to awaken their understanding. Point out their fault and gently correct them. If they listen, you will help them improve, and there will be no need for anger. Neither a tragic actor nor someone caught in debauchery. Live now as you intend to live when you are no longer here. It is within your power to embody that life even now. But if others prevent you, then depart from this life as though you suffer no harm. If the house is filled with smoke, you leave it. Why consider that an affliction? Until such a moment arises, remain where you are, free and unhindered in choosing to act according to the nature of a rational and social being. The intelligence of the universe is inherently social. It has designed lesser things to serve greater purposes and aligned the greater elements in harmony with each other. Observe how everything is ordered, how each part is assigned its role, and how the best of things are drawn into mutual concord. Reflect on how you have treated the gods, your parents, siblings, children, teachers, those who cared for you in infancy, your friends, relatives, and even your servants. Can it truthfully be said of you, "Never has this person wronged another in word or deed"? Recall all that you have endured, the trials you have overcome, and the fullness of your life. Your service to the world is nearing completion. Think of the beautiful moments you have witnessed, the pleasures and pains you have dismissed, the so-called honors you have refused, and the kindness you have shown even to those with ill intentions. Why do unskilled and ignorant minds disrupt the serenity of one who possesses wisdom? What is the nature of a wise soul? It is one that understands beginnings and ends, perceives the reason underlying all substance, and comprehends how the universe is governed across time by its eternal cycles. Soon, very soon, you will be reduced to ashes or bones, and perhaps not even your name will remain. And what is a name but mere sound and echo? The things that people hold in high regard during life are fleeting, empty, and trivial, like small dogs snapping at each other, or children quarreling, laughing, and then bursting into tears. Meanwhile, fidelity, modesty, justice, and truth have vanished. They have fled to Olympus, leaving the vast earth behind. What then still holds you here? If the things we perceive through our senses are fleeting and ever-changing, if our faculties of perception are dull and prone to deception, and if the soul itself is but a vapor rising from the blood, then to seek good reputation in such a transient world is a hollow pursuit. Why not, then, wait calmly for the inevitable end, whether it means complete extinction or a passage to another state? Until that moment comes, what is sufficient for you? Nothing more than this: to honor the gods, to give thanks to them, to do good for others, and to practice patience and self-control. And as for everything that lies beyond the fragile limits of flesh and breath, remember that it neither belongs to you nor is under your control. You can live your life in a steady flow of contentment if you walk the right path, thinking and acting correctly. These two things are shared by the soul of God, the soul of man, and the soul of every rational being: the ability to remain unhindered by others, and the recognition that goodness lies in a disposition toward justice and the practice of it. Let this be the goal of your desires. If something is neither the result of your own wrongdoing nor caused by your own faults, and if it does no harm to the common good, why should it trouble you? And what harm could it bring to the collective well-being? Do not allow yourself to be swept away by appearances. Instead, assist others as far as your ability and their worthiness allow. And if they have suffered a loss in things that are indifferent, do not count it as true harm, for this is a misguided habit. Be like the old man who, when parting, asked for his foster child's spinning top back, knowing it was just a toy. So too should you approach such situations. When you speak passionately on the rostra, do you forget what these matters truly are? Yes, but these things matter greatly to others. Will you then allow yourself to become foolish over such concerns? Once I thought I was fortunate, but I lost my fortune, I do not know how. True fortune, however, lies in assigning oneself a good fate. It is found in a well-ordered soul, virtuous emotions, and noble actions. The substance of the universe is accommodating and obedient, and the reason that governs it harbors no cause for harm. It has no malice and does no evil. All things are created and perfected in accordance with this reason. Do not let it matter whether you are cold or warm, whether you are tired or well-rested, whether you are criticized or praised, whether you are dying or engaged in some other task. Dying, too, is simply one of life's actions. It is enough even in this act to perform well whatever lies before you. Look inward. Do not let the unique essence of anything, nor its true value, escape your attention. All things in existence change quickly and will eventually dissipate, either into vapor if all substance is one, or they will scatter into separate elements. The reason that governs all things understands its own nature, its own actions, and the material upon which it works. The best way to respond to wrongdoing is not to become like the wrongdoer. Take joy in this one thing, moving from one act of service to another, always keeping your thoughts on the divine. The guiding principle within us is self-moving, self-turning. It shapes itself to be what it chooses to be and interprets everything that happens in a way that aligns with its own will. Everything is achieved in harmony with the nature of the universe, for nothing happens outside its order. Each thing is completed according to the greater nature encompassing all things, not according to an external nature independent of it. The universe is either a chaotic tangle of things, a series of random events, or it is a unified, ordered whole governed by providence. If it is the former, why should I wish to remain in such a chaotic place? Why should I care for anything beyond my eventual return to the earth? Why let myself be troubled, knowing that the dissolution of my elements is inevitable no matter what I do? But if the latter is true, then I will revere the order of the universe, stand firm and trust the one who governs all things. When you are compelled by circumstances to feel disturbed, quickly return to yourself and do not stay unsettled longer than the situation demands. You will regain your inner harmony more effectively by making a habit of returning to it. Imagine you had both a stepmother and a mother. You would treat your stepmother with respect, but your true refuge would always be your mother. Let the court be like your stepmother and philosophy like your mother. Frequently return to philosophy, where you find rest and clarity. It is through philosophy that what you encounter in the court becomes bearable, and you yourself remain bearable to others within the court. When we sit before a meal and look at what we are about to eat, we can remind ourselves, this is the flesh of a fish, the body of a bird, or a piece of pork. This wine is nothing more than fermented grape juice. This purple garment is just wool from a sheep, dyed with the secretions of a shellfish. Such reflections help us see these things for what they truly are. We should apply the same scrutiny throughout life. Even when something seems highly admirable or praiseworthy, we ought to strip away its appearances and examine its real worth. Outward appearances are masterful deceivers of reason, and it is often when we feel most certain of the value of something that we are most misled. Consider what Crates said about Xenocrates as an example of this. Most things that the majority admire are connected to basic physical objects, things bound by material cohesion or natural form, like stones, wood, fig trees, vines, or olive trees. Those who are slightly more thoughtful admire things associated with living organisms, such as herds of animals or flocks of birds. People who are even more educated tend to admire things tied to rational souls, though not universal rationality, but rather specific skills, expertise or achievements, or even something as simple as the possession of many slaves. However, the truly wise person values a rational soul that is universal, capable of living harmoniously with others in a shared social order. Such a person disregards everything else, focusing only on maintaining their own soul in alignment with reason and their role in society. They also strive to work with others who share the same values. Some things are rushing into existence, while others are rushing out of it. Even among the things that are coming into being, part of them is already fading away. Motion and change constantly renew the world, just as the unbroken flow of time perpetually renews the infinite duration of the ages. In this endless stream, where nothing remains constant, what among the fleeting things deserves great value? To cherish anything that passes by so quickly would be like falling in love with a sparrow in flight. It is gone almost as soon as it is seen. Such is the nature of every human life, as transient as the breath drawn from the air and exhaled again. The act of respiration, which we perform moment by moment, mirrors the entire cycle of life. What we drew in at birth, we give back to the elements from which it came. Neither the process of transpiration, as seen in plants, nor the act of breathing, as in animals, is worth valuing. Nor is the mere reception of sensory impressions or the mechanical pull of desires, as though we were puppets on strings, nor even the tendency to gather in groups or the necessity of consuming food, which is no more than separating and discarding what is unusable. What, then, is worth valuing? The applause of others? Certainly not. Neither should we value the clamor of tongues, for the praise of the masses is nothing more than noisy chatter. If you abandon this empty thing called fame, what remains that truly deserves your attention? It is this: to align your actions and thoughts with your nature as a rational being, the purpose for which you were created. All professions and arts aim toward this goal, that the object being worked on fulfills its intended purpose. Whether it is the vine grower cultivating vines, the horse trainer working with horses, or the dog trainer shaping the dog's behavior, their aim is always to adapt and perfect. Similarly, the education of the young has a goal: to guide them toward fulfilling their purpose. If this is achieved, then nothing else need be sought. But will you not abandon the value you place on other trivial things? If you do not, you will never be free, self-sufficient, or at peace. Instead, you will be consumed by envy, jealousy, and suspicion, fearing those who could take away the things you value, and resenting those who possess them. You will inevitably live in turmoil, and even come to blame the gods for your misfortunes. However, if you revere and honor your own mind, you will find contentment within yourself, live in harmony with society, and align with the gods by praising all that they provide and decree. Above, below, and all around are the ceaseless movements of the elements. Yet the movement of virtue is not found in any of these. Virtue is something divine, advancing quietly and unnoticed, yet progressing steadily and joyfully along its path. How strange it is that people act this way. They refuse to praise those who live alongside them, yet they place great value on being praised by future generations, individuals they have never met and never will. But isn't this as irrational as grieving over the fact that those who lived before your time did not praise you? If you find something difficult to achieve by yourself, do not conclude that it is impossible for humans. Instead, recognize that if it is possible for humanity and aligns with human nature, then you too are capable of accomplishing it. In the gymnasium, if someone scratches you with their nails or accidentally strikes your head, causing an injury, you don't react with anger or view them as a treacherous person. Instead, you exercise caution, avoiding them without malice or suspicion. Let this same attitude guide your interactions in other areas of life. Overlook the faults of others, treating them as fellow participants in a shared gymnasium of life. It is within your power to step aside, harboring neither hatred nor resentment. If anyone can convince me with reason that I am mistaken in thought or action, I will eagerly change my ways. I seek the truth, and no one is ever harmed by discovering it. It is the one who clings to error and ignorance who suffers harm. I focus on doing my duty. Other matters do not disturb me, for they either lack life, lack reason, or are aimless, wandering without direction. For creatures without reason, and indeed for all inanimate objects, use them with generosity and care, for you possess reason, and they do not. Toward other humans who also possess reason, act with a spirit of kindness and cooperation. Always invoke the gods and do not worry about how long you have to live this way. Even a few hours spent in such a manner are sufficient. Alexander the Great and his stable hand met the same fate in death. Both were either returned to the same fundamental principles of the universe or dissolved into the same atoms. Reflect on how many things occur simultaneously within your own body and soul in a single moment, processes of the flesh and workings of the mind. With this in mind, it should not surprise you that countless events take place simultaneously within the cosmos, the unified whole we call the universe. If someone were to ask you how to spell the name Antoninus, would you shout out each letter impatiently? What if they became frustrated? Would you become frustrated as well? Instead, wouldn't you calmly spell each letter one by one? Similarly, in life, remember that every task is composed of smaller steps. Your duty is to complete each step methodically and without being disturbed or angered by those who lose their temper with you. Stay focused and finish what lies before you. How cruel it is to deny people the opportunity to pursue what they believe aligns with their nature and benefits them. Yet, in a way, you do this when you become upset because they act wrongly. They are drawn to these actions because they believe them to be fitting and advantageous. But what if they are mistaken? Then teach them, guide them, and correct them, without anger. Death is simply the cessation of sensory impressions, the silencing of desires, the stilling of restless thoughts, and the end of servitude to the body. It is disgraceful for the soul to falter and give up before the body does. Guard yourself against becoming like a Caesar. Do not let power or influence corrupt you. These changes can overtake anyone. Stay simple, virtuous, and pure. Remain serious without pretense, a friend of justice, a reverent worshipper of the gods, kind, loving, and diligent in fulfilling your duties. Strive to embody the ideals that philosophy sets forth for you. Respect the divine, and serve humanity. Life is brief, and its only meaningful fruits are a virtuous heart and actions that benefit others. Carry out your duties as a follower of Antoninus. Reflect on his steadfastness in adhering to reason, his calmness in all situations, his piety, the serenity in his demeanor, and his gentle nature. Consider his disregard for empty praise and his relentless pursuit of understanding. Remember how he never acted rashly, how he endured unjust criticism without retaliating, and how he refrained from listening to gossip. Observe his meticulous attention to behavior and his resistance to reproach, fear, or suspicion. Notice his simple lifestyle, his modest accommodations, clothing, food, and servants, and how his restraint allowed him to endure long days without physical discomfort. Recall his consistency in friendships, his tolerance for honest disagreement, and his delight when someone presented a better idea. Admire his deep religiosity without superstition. Imitate these qualities so that, when your final hour comes, you may approach it with as clear a conscience as he did. Return to your clear mind and call yourself back. Just as you wake from troubling dreams and recognize them for what they were, mere illusions, now in your waking hours, regard the things around you as you would those dreams. I am composed of a small body and a soul. To the body, all external things are indifferent, as it cannot discern differences. But to the mind, only those things are indifferent which do not stem from its own actions. The things it actively chooses to do are within its power, but even then, only those actions which pertain to the present moment, for the mind's activities concerning the past or the future are, in the present, irrelevant. The labor performed by the hand or foot is not contrary to their nature, as long as the foot performs the work of a foot, and the hand the work of a hand. Similarly, human labor is not contrary to human nature, as long as it fulfills the purpose of a human being. And if this labor is not against our nature, it cannot be an evil. How many pleasures have been experienced by robbers, murderers, and tyrants? Do you not see how artisans accommodate those unskilled in their craft to some extent, yet still adhere to the principles of their art, refusing to stray from its logic? Is it not remarkable if architects and physicians show more respect for the principles of their work than humans do for their reason, which is shared with the divine? Asia and Europe are mere corners of the universe. The vast sea is but a drop within it. Mount Athos is a tiny clod of earth, and all present time is a single point in eternity. All things are small, fleeting and subject to decay. Everything comes from the same universal ruling force, whether directly or as a consequence. Even things that seem harmful, like a lion's gaping jaws, poison, thorns, or mud, are byproducts of the grand and beautiful. Do not think these things are separate from the source you revere. Understand them as part of the same origin. He who has seen what is happening now has seen everything, everything that has occurred since eternity began, and everything that will happen until eternity ends. All things share a common nature and form. Frequently reflect on the interconnectedness of all things in the universe and their relationships to one another. In a sense, all things are intertwined and supportive of one another. One thing follows another in a natural order, driven by active movement, mutual cooperation, and the unity of all existence. Adapt yourself to the circumstances in which you find yourself and to the people among whom you live. Love them genuinely and sincerely. Every instrument, tool, or vessel fulfills its purpose if it accomplishes what it was made to do, even though its maker is not present. But in the things formed by nature, the power that created them resides within them and remains active. Therefore, it is even more fitting to honor this power and to understand that if you live and act in harmony with its will, everything within you aligns with intelligence. Similarly, in the universe, all things that belong to it are guided by intelligence. If you consider things beyond your control to be inherently good or bad, you will inevitably blame the gods or resent other people, whether they cause your misfortune, deprive you of what you value, or even appear likely to do so. Such attitudes are unjust, for they arise from failing to see that these external things are indifferent in nature. However, if you judge only what is within your power, your own choices and actions, as good or bad, you will have no reason to criticize the gods or to resent others. We are all working together toward one purpose, some knowingly, others unwittingly. Even those who are unaware, like sleepers, contribute to the unfolding of the universe. As Heraclitus observed, they too are laborers in the grand scheme. Yet people cooperate in different ways. Some may resist, complain, or even hinder progress, but even their opposition plays a role in the whole. The universe needs every kind of person. Your task is to decide what kind of worker you will be. The ruler of all things will make good use of you, whether as a meaningful participant or as a trivial or laughable addition, like the poorly written verse in a play that Chrysippus described. Does the sun attempt to do the work of the rain? Or Aesculapius, the god of healing, try to replace the earth in bearing fruit? Every star has its unique role, and yet they all contribute to the same ultimate purpose. If the gods have plans for me and for the events that will shape my life, I trust they have planned wisely, for it is unthinkable to imagine a deity acting without foresight. And why would they wish me harm? What benefit would it bring to them or to the universe, which they care for most? But even if the gods have no specific plans for me, they certainly govern the whole. Therefore, whatever happens as part of this greater order is something I should accept willingly. If, on the other hand, the gods determine nothing at all, though it is impious to believe this, then why do we offer sacrifices, prayers, or oaths to them as if they were present and cared for us? If the gods do not govern human affairs, I must take responsibility for myself and determine what is useful and good. What benefits me is what aligns with my nature as a rational and social being. As Antoninus, my city is Rome, but as a human being, my city is the world. What benefits these cities benefits me. Whatever happens to one person benefits the whole universe. That much is clear. But you can also see that whatever benefits one individual often benefits others too. Here, benefit should be understood in the broader sense, encompassing things that are neutral, neither inherently good nor bad. Just as the repetition of events in the amphitheater or similar settings can grow tiresome, the uniformity of life itself can feel monotonous. The same things happen above and below, over and over again. How much longer will you let this trouble you? Reflect often on how many people from all walks of life, from all nations and of various pursuits, are no longer alive. Let your thoughts range to figures like Philistion, Phoebus, and Origanian. Now consider others, Great orators, noble philosophers such as Heraclitus, Pythagoras, and Socrates, heroes of old, generals and tyrants. Think also of Eudoxus, Hipparchus, Archimedes, and others with brilliant minds, tireless workers, individuals of great confidence, or even those like Menippus who mocked the fleeting nature of human life. All these individuals have long since turned to dust. What harm has this done to them? And what of those whose names were never known at all? The lesson here is clear. Focus on living a life rooted in truth and justice, with kindness even towards those who deceive or wrong you. When you seek joy, think of the virtues of those around you. For instance, the diligence of one, the humility of another, or the generosity of yet another. Nothing brings as much delight as witnessing virtues embodied in the actions of those you live with. These examples are plentiful if you pay attention, so let them inspire you. You are not dissatisfied, I assume, because your body weighs only a certain amount and not 300 pounds. Similarly, do not be dissatisfied because your life is limited to a specific number of years rather than a greater span. Accept the time you have been given, just as you accept the physical form allotted to you. Let us strive to persuade others to do what is right. But when justice demands action, do what needs to be done even if others resist. If someone opposes you with force, find peace and contentment in your efforts and redirect the obstacle into an opportunity to practice another virtue. Remember, you set out with an understanding that not all things are within your power. What was your true aim? To make a worthy attempt. If you have done that, you have succeeded. Those who seek fame tie their sense of worth to the actions of others. Those who seek pleasure value only their own sensations. But those who are wise recognize their own deeds as the source of their fulfillment. You have the power to form no opinion about a situation, and thus not allow it to disturb your inner peace. Events and things have no intrinsic ability to shape your judgments. Only you can do that. Train yourself to listen carefully to what others say and strive, as much as possible, to understand their perspective. What is not beneficial to the hive cannot be good for the individual bee. If sailors were to insult their captain or the sick were to scorn their doctor, whom else would they trust? Without these figures, how could the ship be steered to safety or health restored to the sick? How many of those who came into the world with me have already departed from it? To someone suffering from jaundice, even honey tastes bitter. To someone bitten by a rabid dog, water evokes fear. To little children, a ball seems like the most valuable thing in the world. Why then should I be angry? Do you think that a false belief has less power over someone's perception than bile has in a jaundiced body, or poison in someone bitten by a rabid dog? No one can prevent you from living in accordance with the reason of your own nature. Nothing can happen to you that contradicts the reason of universal nature. Think about the kind of people whom others seek to impress, the goals they strive for, and the actions they take to achieve those goals. Reflect on how quickly time will erase all these things, and how many it has already erased. What is evil? It is nothing more than what you have often seen before. Whatever happens, keep in mind that it is something you've encountered many times. Throughout history, whether in ancient accounts, the Middle Ages, or today, cities and households are filled with the same events and actions. There is nothing truly new under the sun. All things are familiar and fleeting. How can your principles die unless you allow the thoughts that uphold them to fade? But you have the power to keep these thoughts alive and active. You can choose to view anything in the way you ought. If you have this ability, why let yourself be disturbed? External events have no true power over your mind. Let this understanding shape your emotions, and you will stand tall. To reclaim your life, you only need to return to the perspective you once held. This is the essence of recovering your sense of purpose. The spectacle of life, public displays, theatrical plays, flocks of sheep, herds of cattle, soldiers training with spears, dogs scrambling for a bone, bread thrown into fish ponds, the tireless labors of ants, the scurrying of frightened mice, puppets manipulated by strings, is all the same. Amid such trivialities, maintain a cheerful disposition without arrogance, while realizing that a person's worth is measured by the value of the things they concern themselves with. When you engage in conversation, focus intently on what is being said. When observing actions, pay close attention to what is being done. In the first case, discern the purpose behind the words. In the second, interpret the deeper significance of the actions. Is my understanding sufficient for this task? If so, I will approach it as a tool provided by universal nature to fulfill its purpose. If my understanding is not sufficient, I will step aside for someone more capable, unless there is a compelling reason to persevere. Alternatively, I will perform the task as best I can, seeking the help of someone who, guided by my rational principle, can assist in achieving what is necessary and beneficial for the greater good. Whatever I do, alone or with others, must always aim at what serves society and aligns with its welfare. How many people once celebrated and praised have now been forgotten, and how many, who once proclaimed the fame of others, have long since passed away? Do not be embarrassed to seek or accept help. Your duty is to fulfill your role like a soldier attacking a fortified city. What if you were lame and could not climb the walls alone, but with assistance it became possible? Would you refuse help out of pride? Do not let thoughts of the future unsettle you. When the future arrives, if it must, you will face it with the same reasoning ability that you now apply to the present. All things in existence are interconnected, bound together by a sacred thread. There is scarcely anything that stands entirely apart from another. All things are aligned and work together to form the unity of the universe. There is one universe composed of all things, one God permeating all things, one shared substance, one universal law, one guiding reason within all rational creatures, and one truth. If this is so, then there is also one ultimate purpose or perfection for all beings of the same nature, who partake in this common reason. Everything physical soon dissolves back into the substance of the whole universe. Everything that serves as a cause or form is soon absorbed into universal reason. And even the memory of all things is quickly swept away by the passage of time. For the rational being, the same action is both natural and reasonable. Stand upright yourself or allow yourself to be set upright. Just as the limbs of a body work together in unity, so do all rational beings, though they exist as individuals. They are created for mutual cooperation. This will become clearer if you remind yourself often, I am a member of the system of rational beings. But if you instead think of yourself only as a part of this system, you have not yet learned to love humanity sincerely. True beneficence should bring you joy for its own sake, not merely as a matter of duty. If you act out of obligation alone, you do not yet understand that by helping others, you are also helping yourself. Let whatever external events may come affect only the parts of you that can feel them. If those parts wish to complain, let them do so. But I, unless I choose to perceive these events as harmful, remain unharmed. It is within my power to decide how I think about what happens to me. No matter what others do or say, I must remain good, just as gold, emerald, or purple would say, whatever happens, I remain true to my nature. Like the emerald that always keeps its color, I must remain unchanging in my virtue. The governing part of the mind does not disturb itself. It neither frightens nor pains itself. If someone else seeks to frighten or harm it, let them try. The mind itself will not willingly adopt such fears or pains. If the body suffers, let it handle the suffering and voice its complaints. But the soul, the true essence of being, has the power to form its own judgments. It need not suffer unless it chooses to do so. The rational principle within us wants nothing unless it invents a desire for itself. Thus, it remains free from disturbance and hindrance if it does not trouble itself. Happiness, or eudaimonia, is a state of being blessed or guided by a good spirit. But what are you doing here, O intrusive imagination? I beg you, leave as you came, for I have no need of you. Still, you have returned in your usual way. I am not angry with you, only go away. Why fear change? What can happen without it? Change is natural and essential to universal order. Can you bathe without the wood for heating the water being consumed? Can you be nourished unless your food is transformed within you? Everything useful arises from change. Why then should it be any different for your own being? Change is as necessary for you as it is for the workings of nature itself. All things, like bodies in a raging river, are swept along by the universal substance, unified and working together as parts of a greater whole, much as the organs in our bodies cooperate. How many Chrysippus, Socrateses and Epictetuses has time already consumed? Reflect on this for every person and everything. I am troubled by only one concern, that I might act in a way unworthy of human nature, in a manner inappropriate for the present moment, or in a way that is not allowed by the principles of reason and virtue. Forgetfulness of all things is near, just as is the world's forgetfulness of you. It is uniquely human to love even those who wrong us. This is possible when you remember that they are your kin, that they act out of ignorance and not malice, and that both you and they will soon be gone. Most importantly, recall that the wrongdoer has done no real harm, for they have not damaged your inner governing faculty or your ability to remain virtuous. The universal nature shapes all things from a shared substance, much like wax being molded into various forms. It creates a horse, then reuses the same material for a tree, then for a human, and so on. Each of these forms exists only briefly, yet it is no tragedy when the vessel is broken, just as it was no triumph when it was first created. A perpetually scowling expression is entirely unnatural. When it becomes habitual, it erases all grace and charm, eventually extinguishing it so completely that it cannot be revived. From this alone, one can see that such behavior is unreasonable. If even the awareness of one's wrongdoing is lost, what reason remains to live? Nature, which governs the whole, will soon transform everything you see, using their substance to create new forms, and then reusing that substance yet again. In this way, the world is constantly renewed. When someone wrongs you, reflect immediately on the beliefs they hold about what is good or evil that led them to act this way. By understanding their perspective, you will feel pity instead of anger or surprise. Perhaps you share their belief in what is good, or maybe your belief differs slightly. Either way, this understanding compels you to forgive them. If you believe differently, you will more easily feel compassion for their error. Focus not on what you lack, but on what you already have. Among your possessions, identify those that are truly valuable, and reflect on how eagerly you would have desired them if they were not yours. Yet, be cautious not to overvalue these things to the point where losing them would disturb your peace. Withdraw into yourself. The rational part of your being is naturally self-sufficient and achieves tranquility by acting justly. Erase unnecessary imaginings, halt the impulses that pull you away from reason. Remain grounded in the present moment. Seek to understand everything that happens, whether it concerns you or others, by dividing it into its causes and its material. Think often of the inevitability of your final hour. Let the harm caused by another remain with them and not linger in your own mind. Pay close attention to what is being said. Let your understanding penetrate deeply into the actions taking place and the agents behind them. Adorn yourself with simplicity, modesty, and an indifference toward things that fall between virtue and vice. Love humanity. Follow the divine. As the poet reminds us, law governs all. Let it suffice to remember that universal law prevails over everything. On death, whether it results in dispersion, dissolution into atoms, or complete annihilation, death is either extinction or transformation. On pain, the pain that is unbearable will bring an end to us, but pain that persists over time can be endured. The mind retains its tranquility by retreating into itself, ensuring that its ruling faculty remains uncorrupted. As for the bodily parts affected by pain, let them give their own account if they are able. On fame. Observe the minds of those who chase fame, what kind of people they are, what they avoid, and what they seek. Consider how, just as heaps of sand bury those that came before, so too are earlier events in life quickly overshadowed by those that follow. From Plato, a man with a lofty mind who contemplates all time and existence, do you think it possible for such a person to believe that human life is of great importance? It is not, he answered. Such a person, therefore, will not regard death as an evil. Certainly not. From Antisthenes, it is noble to do good and endure criticism. It is shameful for the face to obey the mind's commands. aligning itself to appear calm and composed, while the mind itself remains unruly and undisciplined. It is unwise to distress ourselves over things, for they remain indifferent to our concerns. To the immortal gods and to us bring joy. Life must be harvested like ripe grain. One man is born, another dies. If the gods do not concern themselves with me or my children, there is a reason. Yet I possess what is good and just within me. There is no need to join in the lamentations of others or indulge in excessive emotion. From Plato, to answer a critic adequately, one might say this: you are mistaken if you think that a man of true worth should calculate the risks of life and death. Instead, he should focus on whether his actions are just or unjust, whether they are the deeds of a good man or a bad one. For as it stands, Athenians, in truth, wherever a person has chosen to stand, believing it to be right, or wherever they have been stationed by their leader, there they must remain and face the risks. They should never prioritize the fear of death or any other consequence above the disgrace of abandoning their duty. But, my dear friend, consider whether what is truly noble and good is not something entirely different from merely surviving or saving others. For a man, a true man, should ask whether clinging to a certain lifespan is truly meaningful or whether such thoughts should be set aside. There should be no undue attachment to life itself. Instead, these matters should be entrusted to the divine, believing, as even the old sayings hold, that no man can escape his destiny. The real question is how best to live the time he has been given. Observe the movements of the stars as if you were traveling with them, and reflect often on how the elements transform into one another. Such reflections cleanse the mind of the grime of earthly existence. Plato expressed it well. When speaking of humanity, one should consider earthly affairs as though observing them from a higher vantage point. See them in their entirety: their gatherings, armies, farming, marriages, treaties, births, deaths, courtroom disputes, barren lands, diverse barbarian tribes, celebrations, mourning, bustling markets, a blending of opposites into a complex, ordered whole. Look to the past, with its vast upheavals of political power. You can predict what is to come, for it will follow the same patterns and cannot deviate from the order we see now. Thus, to have studied human life for 40 years is no different from having studied it for 10,000. What more could you witness? That which has grown from the earth returns to the earth, but that which has sprung from heavenly seed returns to the heavenly realms. Death is either the breaking apart of atoms that once were joined, or the scattering of lifeless elements. With food, drink, and the illusion of magic, men attempt to divert the inevitable flow of mortality. Yet, as the wind sent by the heavens blows, we must endure and labor on without complaint. One person may excel in the skill of defeating his opponent, but he is not necessarily more sociable, modest, disciplined in accepting life's events, or more understanding of the flaws of his neighbors. Wherever actions align with the reason shared by gods and humans, there is no need for fear. In any place where we can benefit through actions that succeed in accordance with our natural constitution, no harm should be anticipated. At all times and in all circumstances, you have the power to accept your present state with reverence, to act justly towards those around you, and to manage your thoughts skillfully, ensuring that no idea enters your mind without careful scrutiny. Do not preoccupy yourself with observing the guiding principles of others. Instead, focus on what nature directs you to do, both the universal nature through the events that unfold for you, and your own nature through the duties you are called to perform. Every being should act in accordance with its design. All other things exist for the benefit of rational beings, just as among non-rational things, the lesser serves the greater, while rational beings exist for one another. The fundamental principle in human nature is to be social. The second is to resist being led by the impulses of the body. The unique role of the rational mind is to govern itself, remaining unaffected by the motions of the senses or appetites, which are animalistic in nature. The rational mind asserts its superiority and refuses to be dominated by such impulses, as it is inherently designed to govern them. The third principle of the rational mind is its ability to avoid error and deception. Therefore, the ruling faculty should hold firmly to these principles, proceeding directly and unwaveringly, possessing all it needs within itself. Imagine yourself as already dead, having completed your life up to this moment. Live the remainder of your days in accordance with nature. Cherish only what happens to you, as it is intertwined with the thread of your destiny. What could be more fitting? In everything that happens, reflect on those who experienced similar situations, how they were troubled by them, treated them as unexpected, and criticized them. And now, where are they? They are nowhere. So why do you choose to act as they did? Why not leave such disturbances, those unnatural agitations, to the people who cause them and are affected by them? Why not focus entirely on how best to use the circumstances you encounter? If you do this, you will handle them well, turning them into opportunities for growth. Simply pay attention to yourself and resolve to act rightly in all that you do. And remember, look inward. Within yourself lies the source of all goodness, and it will continually flow if you keep digging deeper. The body should be composed and free of irregularities in its movements and posture. Just as the mind reflects intelligence and dignity through the expressions of the face, so too should the entire body reflect this harmony. However, all of this should be done without affectation or pretense. Life's art resembles wrestling more than dancing, in that it requires readiness and strength to face sudden and unexpected challenges. Consider carefully who it is whose approval you seek, and examine the principles they live by. Once you do this, you will neither criticize those who err unintentionally, nor feel the need for their approval, for you will understand the sources of their opinions and desires. Every soul, as philosophers observe, loses its grasp on truth involuntarily. In the same way, it loses justice, self-control, kindness, and other virtues. Keep this thought ever present in your mind, for it will make you more understanding and gentle with everyone. In every instance of pain, keep this thought in mind. It carries no shame, nor does it diminish the governing intellect within you. Pain does not harm your rational or social mind. For most forms of pain, let this reflection from Epicurus be your guide. Pain is neither unbearable nor eternal, if you remember its limits and refrain from exaggerating it in your imagination. Also note that we often fail to recognize many unpleasant sensations as akin to pain, like extreme fatigue, scorching heat, or lack of appetite. When you feel discontented with such things, remind yourself that you are giving in to pain. Do not treat the inhumane as they treat others. How can we know whether Telauges was not greater in character than Socrates? It is insufficient to consider that Socrates died a more heroic death, debated more skillfully with sophists, endured cold nights with greater resilience, refused to arrest Leon of Salamis as an act of noble defiance, or walked the streets with a certain swagger, though this last point is open to doubt. Instead, we should ask, what kind of soul did Socrates have? Was he able to remain just toward others, devout toward the gods, untroubled by human wickedness, free from servility to others' ignorance, and accepting of whatever befell him as part of the universal order, neither treating it as strange nor finding it intolerable? Did he avoid allowing his understanding to be dragged down by the suffering of the body? Nature has not so tightly bound your intellect to your body that you cannot draw boundaries for yourself and govern what is yours. It is entirely possible to live as a divine being without anyone recognizing it. Keep this thought with you always. Very little is needed to live a happy life, and if you have given up hope of becoming an expert in logic or natural philosophy, do not for that reason abandon the aspiration to be free, humble, sociable, and devoted to God. You have the power to live free from all external compulsion and maintain the deepest tranquility of mind, even if the entire world shouts against you or wild beasts tear apart the physical body that surrounds your soul. What prevents your mind, amidst all these disturbances, from staying calm, judging all things justly, and making proper use of what is presented to it? Let your judgment say to the object of its attention, "This is your true nature, regardless of what others may think." Let your actions say to the situation at hand, "You are exactly what I was seeking, for you provide me with an opportunity to act virtuously, both rationally and socially." Everything that happens has a connection either to God or to humanity. Nothing is truly new or insurmountable. Everything is familiar and suited to your ability to respond. The essence of moral character lies in living each day as if it were your last, without agitation, lethargy, or deceit. The immortal gods are not troubled by having to endure humanity's flaws for so long, even though so many people are wicked. Not only do they tolerate them, but they also care for them. You, on the other hand, who are destined to live for such a short time, grow weary of enduring the flaws of others, even when you are no less flawed yourself. It is absurd for a man to flee from the badness within himself, which he has the power to change, while trying to avoid the badness in others, which he cannot change. The rational and social faculty within us naturally views anything that lacks intelligence or social value as inferior to itself. When you have done something good, and it has been received by another, why do you seek a third thing, as fools do? Why crave recognition or a reward for your actions? No one grows tired of receiving what is beneficial. Acting in accordance with nature is beneficial. Therefore, do not grow weary of offering benefits to others. The nature of the universe acted to create all things. Everything that happens either follows a logical sequence or arises from the primary aims of the universe's ruling force. Understanding this will bring you peace in many situations. This reflection helps diminish the desire for empty fame. It is no longer within your power to have lived your entire life, or even your life from youth onward, as a philosopher. Both others and yourself can see clearly that you have strayed far from that path. Your life has fallen into disorder, and it is no longer easy for you to gain the reputation of a philosopher, nor is your current way of living aligned with such an image. If you truly understand this, cast aside the concern about how others perceive you. Be content to live the remainder of your life in accordance with your nature. Reflect on what your nature requires and let nothing else distract you. You have already wandered in many directions without finding happiness, neither in logical arguments nor in wealth, reputation, pleasure, or anything else. Where then is happiness to be found? It lies in doing what human nature requires. And how can a person achieve this? By cultivating principles that guide their emotions and actions. What kind of principles? The belief that nothing is good for a person unless it makes them just, temperate, courageous, and free. Similarly, nothing is bad unless it leads to the opposite of these virtues. Before undertaking any action, ask yourself, what does this mean for me? Will I regret it later? Remember that in a short time you will be dead and everything will pass away. What more do you seek if what you are doing now reflects the purpose of an intelligent, social being who lives in harmony with the divine order? Alexander, Caius, and Pompey, how do they compare with Diogenes, Heraclitus, and Socrates? These philosophers understood the essence of things, their causes, and their substance. Their guiding principles aligned with the universal reason. But the others, how many concerns did they have, and how many masters did they serve? Remember this, people will continue to act in the same way, no matter how much you protest. The most important principle is to remain unshaken, for everything happens according to the nature of the universe. In a short time, you will be nothing, nowhere, just like Hadrian and Augustus. So, fix your attention on your present duties, focus on what lies before you, remembering your obligation to be a good person. Act in accordance with human nature, and speak what seems most just, but always with kindness, humility, and sincerity. The nature of the universe operates by moving and transforming things. It removes some and relocates others, but all things are in a constant state of change. Yet there is nothing to fear in this. Change is not new. All things are familiar, though their arrangements shift. Every nature finds contentment in fulfilling its purpose. A rational nature fulfills its purpose when it refrains from accepting anything false or uncertain, directs its actions towards social good, limits desires and aversions to things within its control, and remains satisfied with what the universal nature assigns. Every individual nature is a fragment of the greater whole. like a leaf is part of a plant. However, while a leaf is part of an unconscious, irrational system subject to hindrance, human nature belongs to a system that is intelligent and just, distributing everything equitably based on worth, time, substance, and cause. Yet do not expect perfect equality between individual parts. Examine the entirety of one thing in relation to the entirety of another. If you lack the time or ability to read, you still have the ability to restrain arrogance, rise above pleasure and pain, resist the lure of fame, and maintain patience with foolish or ungrateful people, even to care for them. Let no one hear you complaining about court life or your own circumstances anymore. Repentance is a form of self-reproach for having overlooked something beneficial. But if something is genuinely good, it must be truly useful, and a man who is virtuous and complete should always pursue it. However, no truly good man would ever regret refusing indulgence in sensual pleasures. Therefore, pleasure is neither inherently good nor useful. Reflect on this. What is this thing in itself, in its fundamental nature? What is its substance and material? What is its purpose or form? What role does it play in the world? And for how long does it endure? When you rise from sleep reluctantly, remind yourself that it is part of your nature and the nature of humanity to engage in acts that benefit society. Sleeping, on the other hand, is shared with irrational animals. What aligns with your individual nature is not only more uniquely yours, but also more appropriate and fulfilling. Always, and if possible, with every impression upon your soul, apply the principles of natural philosophy, ethics, and logic to assess it. When you meet someone, immediately ask yourself, what does this person believe about good and bad? If their views on pleasure, pain, fame, dishonor, life, and death are such and such, it will not surprise me if they act accordingly. I will remember that they are driven by these beliefs. Just as it is foolish to be surprised when a fig tree produces figs, so too is it foolish to be surprised when the world produces outcomes consistent with its nature. Similarly, for a physician, it is absurd to be astonished when a patient has a fever, or for a sailor to be shocked by unfavorable winds. Remember that changing your opinion when someone corrects your error is as much an exercise of freedom as maintaining your current beliefs. For this is your own, the ability to act according to your reasoning and understanding. If something lies within your power, why not do it? If it lies beyond your power, whom will you blame? The randomness of atoms? The gods? Both are senseless. You should blame no one. If you can, correct the cause of the issue. If you cannot, then focus on addressing the issue itself. And if even this is impossible, what is the point of blame? For nothing should be done without a clear purpose. That which has died does not disappear from the universe. If it remains here, it transforms and dissolves into its fundamental elements, which are part of the universe and of yourself. These elements also change, yet they do so without complaint. Everything exists for a purpose, a horse, a vine. Why do you marvel at this? Even the sun would say, I exist for a reason, and the same would be true of the other gods. For what purpose then do you exist? Merely to seek pleasure. Reflect on this and see if reason permits such a notion. Nature, in all things, attends equally to the end as to the beginning and the continuation, just as a man throwing a ball into the air. What benefit is it for the ball to rise, or harm for it to fall, or even for it to have been thrown at all? What benefit does the bubble gain while it remains intact, or what harm when it bursts? The same can be said of a flame. Examine the body closely, turn it inside out and observe its nature. Consider what it becomes as it ages and what it is when diseased. Both the one who praises and the one who is praised, the one who remembers and the one who is remembered, are short-lived. All this happens in a tiny corner of this part of the world. Even here there is no universal agreement, not even within an individual mind, and the entire earth itself is but a mere speck. Focus on what lies directly before you, whether it concerns an opinion, an action, or a spoken word. You suffer this rightly, for you prefer to become good tomorrow rather than choose to be good today. Am I engaged in an action? I perform it for the benefit of humanity. Does something happen to me? I accept it and attribute it to the gods and the source of all existence, from which everything derives. Consider bathing, oil, sweat, grime, and dirty water, all things unpleasant. In this way, view each part of life and all its aspects. Lucilla witnessed the death of Verus, and then Lucilla herself passed away. Secunda saw Maximus die, and then Secunda followed. Epitincanus observed the death of Diotimus, and then Epitincanus died. Antoninus saw Faustina pass, and then Antoninus also died. Such is the nature of all things. Sylla saw Hadrian's end, and then Sylla too met his fate. And what of those sharp minds, those self-proclaimed seers or prideful intellectuals? Where are they now? Consider the likes of Charax, Demetrius the Platonist, and Eudemon, or anyone else of their kind. All are fleeting, long dead. Some have not been remembered even for a brief moment. Others have become mere characters in fables, and some have even vanished from those tales altogether. Remember this truth. This small, fragile body of yours will either dissolve, or your fleeting breath will fade, or you will be carried elsewhere. A man finds fulfillment by performing the duties appropriate to his nature. The proper work of a man is to show kindness to others, to dismiss the sway of the senses, to make just judgments of appearances, and to contemplate the nature of the universe and the events within it. You exist in 3 relationships. First, to the body that encases you. Second, to the divine source from which all things originate. And third, to those with whom you share life. Pain is either an affliction of the body, if so, let the body express its complaint, or it concerns the soul. But the soul has the power to remain serene and undisturbed, choosing not to regard pain as an evil. Every judgment, every movement, every desire, and every aversion resides within you. No external evil can reach so high. Banish false imaginations by frequently reminding yourself, it is within my power to keep this soul free from wickedness, free from unruly desires, and free from any disturbance. As I observe the nature of all things, I will use each according to its true value. Reflect often on this power bestowed upon you by nature. When you speak, whether in the Senate or to any individual, speak plainly and appropriately, without affectation. Use clear and straightforward language. Augustus's court, his wife, daughter, descendants, ancestors, sister, Agrippa, kinsmen, confidants, friends, Arius, Maecenas, physicians, and priests who offered sacrifices, all are now dead. Reflect on this not just as the death of one man, but as the end of an entire lineage, like the family of the Pompeii. Consider the epitaphs inscribed on tombs, the last of his race. Contemplate the efforts and struggles of those who came before, striving to leave successors, only to face the inevitable truth. Someone will always be the last. Here too, think of the death of an entire race. Your duty is to live rightly, ensuring that every action aligns with virtue. If each act fulfills its purpose to the best of its ability, be satisfied, for nothing can prevent you from ensuring that your actions are just and virtuous. But what if external circumstances obstruct me? They cannot hinder you from acting justly, soberly, and thoughtfully. But another part of my efforts may be blocked. Accept the obstacle and adapt, directing your energy toward what remains achievable. In doing so, you will always find another opportunity to act rightly, seamlessly continuing your path. Accept wealth or prosperity without arrogance, and be prepared to let it go without resistance. If you've ever seen a severed hand, foot, or head lying apart from the body, you can understand what a person becomes when they reject what happens and isolate themselves from others. To detach yourself from the natural unity of humanity is to sever yourself from the whole. Yet consider this remarkable truth. Unlike physical parts of the body, you can always choose to reunite. Nature made you part of a greater whole, and even if you've cut yourself off, you retain the ability to return and reclaim your place. This privilege is unique to humanity, for no other severed part can rejoin the body once separated. Reflect on the kindness of the divine, who grants humans the extraordinary capacity to remain connected, or to restore the bond if broken. Just as the nature of the universe has endowed every rational being with its many faculties, so it has also granted us this power to adapt to and transform obstacles into opportunities. The universe absorbs and integrates everything that opposes it, incorporating these into its greater design. Similarly, a rational being can use every hindrance as material for its intended purpose. Do not overwhelm yourself by contemplating your entire life at once. Avoid letting your mind become entangled with all the potential troubles that may arise. Instead, ask yourself in each moment, what is so unbearable about this specific instance? You will find little to confess to yourself as intolerable. Moreover, remember that it is neither the future nor the past that causes you pain. It is only the present. And even this present, if properly circumscribed and addressed, is reduced to a mere fragment, one manageable by a disciplined mind. Do Panthea or Pergamus still linger by the tomb of Verus? Does Chorias or Diotimus sit beside Hadrian's grave? Such an idea is laughable, and even if they did, would the dead be aware of it? If they were aware, would it bring them pleasure? And if it pleased them, would it grant them immortality? Surely not. Destiny demanded they first age and then die. So what then is left for those who mourn them? It all amounts to nothing more than a bag of flesh and blood destined to decay. The philosopher advises, if your vision is clear, observe and judge wisely. In the makeup of a rational being, I find no virtue that opposes justice, yet there is one that opposes the love of pleasure, and that virtue is temperance. If you let go of the opinion that something causes you pain, you will find yourself perfectly secure. But who is this self? It is reason. If you claim you are not reason, let it be. Then let reason alone remain untroubled, and if another part of you suffers, allow it to form its own opinions about its state. A hindrance to the senses is a harm to the body. A hindrance to movement or desire is likewise harmful to the body. Similarly, any impediment to a plant's growth is harmful to its nature. Therefore, any obstacle to the intellect is a harm to an intelligent being. Reflect on this for yourself. Does pain or pleasure affect you? Let the senses handle it. Has an obstacle arisen in your pursuit of a goal? If your aim was absolute and unconditional, then perhaps it is indeed harmful to you as a rational being. But if your effort included an understanding of external limits, then you are neither harmed nor impeded. No one can obstruct the mind's proper functions, for fire, iron, tyranny, or slander cannot touch it. Once perfected, the mind remains unbroken, whole and serene, like a sphere maintaining its shape. I have no reason to inflict pain upon myself, as I have never intentionally caused pain to another. People find delight in different things, but my joy lies in maintaining a sound and steady mind, one that does not turn away from any person or event, but instead faces everything with openness, accepting and valuing each thing appropriately. Take hold of the present moment and make it your own. Those who chase after posthumous fame should consider that future generations will likely be no different from the people they find insufferable now. Both groups are mortal after all. Why should it matter to you what sounds or opinions these future people may utter about you? Place me wherever you will, and I shall remain at peace, keeping my inner self calm and aligned with its nature. Why should a change of location unsettle my soul or make it worse? Distressed, inflated, or fearful? What could justify such a state? Nothing can happen to a person that is not part of human experience, just as nothing can happen to an ox that is not natural to an ox, or to a vine that is not fitting for a vine, or to a stone that is not appropriate for a stone. If everything that occurs is usual and natural for the thing it affects, why should you complain? The nature of the universe brings nothing that you cannot bear. If you are troubled by something external, know that it is not the thing itself that disturbs you, but your judgment about it, and you have the power to change that judgment now. If the source of your distress lies within your own mind, what stops you from correcting it? And if you feel troubled because you are not doing something you believe is right, why not act instead of lament? But perhaps an insurmountable obstacle prevents you. In that case, there is no need for grief, as the cause lies beyond your control. If you feel that life is not worth living under such conditions, you are free to leave it with dignity, as one who departs satisfied, having fully engaged with life, even with its obstacles. Remember that the mind's ruling faculty is invincible when it remains centered and self-sufficient. It cannot be forced to act against its will, even through sheer stubbornness. How much stronger, then, is the mind when it uses reason and deliberate judgment to guide its choices? A mind free from passions is like a fortress. There is no safer refuge for a person to retreat to, making it impregnable. He who has not discovered this refuge remains ignorant, and he who knows of it but fails to take shelter within it is truly unfortunate. Do not interpret more than what the first impression shows. For instance, if someone reports to you that a certain person speaks poorly of you, take it only as that. Someone has spoken ill of you. Do not add that you have been harmed, as this was not part of the report. If you see your child is unwell, acknowledge only that fact. Do not assume they are in grave danger unless it is proven. Stay true to the initial observation and refrain from adding your own interpretations. If you must add anything, let it be the wisdom of someone who understands the workings of the world. A cucumber is bitter. Discard it. Briars block the road. Walk around them. This is sufficient. Do not ask, why does the world have such things? For someone who understands nature would laugh at you, just as a carpenter or shoemaker would if you criticized the scraps in their workshop. These scraps are necessary for their craft. Similarly, the universal nature creates no waste. It has no external space to discard what seems old or decayed. Instead, nature transforms these remnants into something new, needing neither external materials nor a place to dispose of them. Nature thrives on its own resources, space, and art. Do not be sluggish in your actions, disorganized in your conversations, or unfocused in your thoughts. Let your soul avoid inner turmoil and your life avoid chaotic busyness that leaves no room for reflection. If others harm you, curse you, or tear you apart, what power do these acts have over your ability to keep your mind pure, wise, calm, and just? Imagine a clear, pure spring. If someone stands beside it and hurls insults, the spring does not stop flowing with clean water. If they throw dirt or filth into it, the spring quickly disperses and purifies itself, remaining unpolluted. How can you cultivate such an enduring fountain within yourself, rather than a shallow well? By shaping yourself each hour with freedom, contentment, simplicity, and modesty. Anyone who does not understand what the world is cannot truly know where they are, and anyone who does not understand the purpose of the world cannot know who they are or what the world itself is. A person ignorant of these things cannot even explain their own purpose. So, what would you think of someone who seeks or avoids the approval of others, those who do not even know where they are or who they are? Do you truly wish to be praised by someone who curses themselves 3 times an hour? Would you aim to please someone who cannot even please themselves? How can a man who regrets nearly every action find satisfaction in anything? Let your mind now work in harmony with the universal intelligence, just as your breath works in concert with the surrounding air. The power of reason, like the air, permeates all things, and it is readily available to anyone who chooses to embrace it. In general, wickedness causes no harm to the universe. Specifically, one person's wickedness does not harm another. Wickedness only harms the person who chooses to hold on to it, even though they have the power to let it go whenever they wish. For my own freedom, my neighbor's free will is as inconsequential as his breath or his flesh. While we are made to support and help one another, each of us retains a distinct ruling faculty. This independence ensures that another's wrongdoing does not harm me, a reality willed by the divine to prevent my happiness from being dependent on another's actions. The sun appears to pour its light in every direction, yet it does not deplete itself. Its light spreads out, but it remains whole, extending its rays without losing its essence. That is why these rays are called extensions, as they represent its reach while maintaining its integrity. To understand the nature of a ray of light, consider the sunlight streaming through a small opening into a dark room. It extends in a straight line and appears divided when it encounters a solid object that blocks the air beyond. Yet the light remains fixed, and does not falter or scatter. In the same way, the diffusion of the mind's understanding should not be chaotic or dissipated, but extended with purpose. It should not clash violently with obstacles, nor should it falter or collapse. Instead, it should remain steady, illuminating whatever it touches. If something refuses to accept this illumination, it deprives itself, not the light, of its benefit. Those who fear death fear either the end of sensation or the experience of a new kind of sensation. If you lose all sensation, there is no harm to feel. And if you gain a new kind of sensation, you will become a different kind of being and continue to exist in another way. Humankind exists for one another, therefore teach others or patiently bear with them. The mind moves differently from an arrow. While an arrow follows a straight path, the mind progresses straight toward its goal, whether through caution or inquiry, without being diverted. Immerse yourself in the guiding principles of others, just as you should invite them to understand your own. An unjust act is inherently an impious one. This is because the universal nature, which has created rational beings to support and assist one another in accordance with their worth, forbids harming one another. Thus, anyone who violates this directive commits an act of irreverence toward the highest divine principle. Similarly, those who lie commit an act of impiety. The universal nature governs all things that exist, binding them together in truth. To lie intentionally is to commit injustice by deceiving others, while to lie unintentionally is to act against this universal order, disturbing its harmony and opposing the natural laws of the world. Such opposition arises from neglecting the rational faculty granted by nature, leading to an inability to discern truth from falsehood. Furthermore, anyone who pursues pleasure as the ultimate good or flees from pain as the ultimate evil is also impious. Such a mindset leads to the belief that the universal nature is unjust, assigning pleasure to the wicked and pain to the virtuous. This erroneous view often results in criticism of the natural order, as it appears to distribute outcomes contrary to perceived deserts. Those who fear pain are guilty of impiety because they fear events dictated by the natural course of the world. Similarly, those who prioritize pleasure above all else are likely to commit acts of injustice, further demonstrating their disregard for the divine order. The universal nature is impartial, treating opposites such as pain and pleasure, life and death, honor and dishonor, with equal regard. It would not have brought these into existence if it did not hold them in equal balance. Therefore, those who wish to align themselves with nature must adopt this same impartiality. They must view these dualities, pleasure and pain, life and death, as equally natural and necessary. To act otherwise is to deviate from the divine order and commit impiety. This universal order stems from the foundational principles established at the beginning of creation, guided by a providential force that determined the sequence of all beings, changes, and events. By recognizing and respecting this order, one aligns with the divine will, while deviation from it signifies resistance to the natural flow of existence. It would be the greatest fortune for a man to leave this world without ever being tainted by falsehood, hypocrisy, indulgence, or arrogance. However, if one must depart after having experienced these vices, the next best course, as the saying goes, is to do so once you've had enough of them. Have you resolved to remain amidst vice, and has all your experience not yet driven you to flee from this plague? For the ruin of one's understanding is far more destructive than any corruption of the surrounding air, which is only harmful to animals as animals, but this moral decay is the true pestilence of mankind as human beings. Do not disdain death, rather embrace it with readiness, for it too is one of nature's decrees. Just as it is natural to grow young, mature, age, develop teeth, grow a beard and turn grey, or to conceive, bear children, and experience all the phases of life, so too is it natural to dissolve back into the whole. It is fitting for a thoughtful person not to approach death carelessly, impatiently, or with disdain, but to await it as one of life's natural processes. Just as you now await the time when a child will emerge from its mother's womb, so should you prepare for the time when your soul will leave its bodily envelope. If you need a more practical consolation for your heart, consider this. Reflect on the things you are leaving behind and the character of the people you will no longer have to associate with. While it is wrong to resent others, you should still acknowledge their shortcomings, tolerate them patiently, and recognize that your departure means separating from those whose principles do not align with yours. For surely, if anything could make us cling to life, it would be the chance to live among like-minded individuals who share our values. Yet, given the constant discord and conflict among those around you, you might well find yourself saying, "Come quickly, O death, lest I too lose myself in forgetfulness." He who commits a wrong harms himself. He who acts unjustly brings injustice upon himself, for he diminishes his own character. One often acts unjustly by failing to act, not only by committing wrongful deeds. Your current thoughts grounded in understanding, your present actions aimed at the good of society, and your attitude of contentment toward all that happens, this is sufficient. Erase unnecessary imaginings, restrain desires, extinguish cravings, and keep the ruling faculty of your mind firmly in your own control. Among creatures that lack reason, life is shared collectively, but among rational beings, a single intelligent soul is shared, just as all earthy things share one earth, all who see share one light, and all living beings share one air. All things that partake in a common element naturally move toward others of their kind. Everything earthy moves toward the earth, all liquids flow together, and airy substances blend together, requiring external forces to keep them apart. Fire rises upward due to its elemental nature, but it eagerly kindles with other flames, so much so that even dry substances ignite easily because they are less hindered by moisture, which impedes ignition. Similarly, all beings that partake in the universal intelligence move toward that which is kindred to them. Indeed, they move even more strongly. The higher their nature, the more readily they unite with and blend into what is like them. Among irrational animals, this principle is evident in the swarming of bees, the herding of cattle, the nurturing of young birds, and to some extent, in the bonds of affection. These instincts arise from the soul within them, which unites them in ways unseen in plants, stones, or trees. In rational beings, this inclination manifests as communities, friendships, families, and assemblies of people. It appears in treaties, armistices, and even in the bonds formed during war. At even higher levels of existence, such as among the stars, unity is apparent despite their separation. This unity creates a kind of harmony, even among distant things. Now observe what happens among humans. Intelligent beings alone seem to have forgotten this mutual inclination and interconnectedness. Among them, this natural tendency to unite is less visible. Yet, even as men strive to resist this union, they cannot escape it. Their nature is too powerful. If you pay attention, you will see this clearly. It is easier to find something earthy that avoids all contact with other earthy things than to find a man completely detached from other men. Both humanity, divinity, and the universe bear fruit in their own seasons. Each fulfills this purpose in its time. Although the term fruit is often reserved for vines and similar things, this distinction does not matter. Reason also produces fruit, both for others and for itself, yielding things that are kindred to reason. If you are able, guide those who do wrong through teaching. If you cannot, remember that patience is granted to you for this very reason. Even the gods show patience toward such individuals, sometimes granting them health, wealth, or reputation, demonstrating their kindness. You too have the power to show patience. What prevents you from doing so? Do not labor as one who is burdened or seeks pity or admiration. Instead, let your actions be driven solely by the will to move forward or restrain yourself as social reason dictates. Today I have freed myself from all trouble, or rather, I have cast trouble out of myself. For trouble was not external, but arose from within, rooted in my own opinions. All things remain the same, familiar in experience, fleeting in time, and insignificant in their substance. Everything happening now is just as it was during the lives of those who are long buried. Things exist outside of us, Independent and unaware of themselves, they neither possess self-knowledge nor pass judgment. What then passes judgment upon them? It is the ruling faculty within us. For rational social beings, virtue and vice do not lie in passivity, but in action. Similarly, good and evil arise not from mere existence, but from how we act. For a stone thrown into the air, there is no harm in falling back down, just as there is no benefit in being cast upward. Delve into the guiding principles of those whose judgments you fear, and you will see what kind of people they are, and how they judge themselves. Everything is in a state of flux, including you. Your own being is constantly changing, evolving, and, in a way, perpetually dissolving. So too is the entire universe. It is your duty to let another's wrongful actions remain with them, where they belong. The cessation of activity, the end of movement, or the conclusion of thought, even in the sense of death, is not an evil. Reflect upon your life, your childhood, your youth, your adulthood, and your old age. In each phase there have been changes, each a form of death. Have any of these changes been something to fear? Reflect on your life under your grandparents, your mother, and your father. Notice the many transformations, endings, and beginnings. Ask yourself, has any of it been frightening? Likewise, the final cessation of your whole life is no more to be feared than the changes that came before. Hasten to examine your own guiding reason, that of the universe, and that of your neighbor. Look to your own reason to ensure it is just. Reflect on the reason of the universe to remember your place within it. Consider the reason of your neighbor, to understand whether they act out of ignorance or knowledge, and recognize that their reason is akin to your own. As you are a part of a larger social system, let every action you take contribute to the harmony of social life. Any act that fails to serve a social purpose, whether directly or indirectly, fragments your existence and disrupts its unity. Such behavior is akin to rebellion, much like a person in an assembly who stands apart from the collective agreement. The disputes of children and their games, the grief of fragile souls carrying corpses, this is the nature of all things. Even the imagery of the mansions of the dead presents these truths more vividly to us. Analyze the form of any object, stripping away its material elements, and examine it purely. Then, determine the duration for which such a form is naturally meant to endure. You have endured countless hardships because you have not been content with allowing your guiding reason to perform its natural duties. Let this be a lesson and a turning point. When someone blames you, hates you, or spreads harmful words about you, approach their soul. Look within and see the kind of person they are. You will realize there is no need to be troubled by their opinions of you. Nevertheless, maintain goodwill toward them, for by nature they are your kin. Even the gods aid such individuals in their pursuits, offering guidance through dreams and signs toward the things they value. The cycles of the universe repeat, moving up and down across the ages. Whether the universal intelligence actively directs every event or set everything into motion at the beginning so that all follows in sequence, or whether indivisible elements are the root of all things, it matters little. In any case, if a God governs all, then all is well. If random chance rules do not allow it to rule you as well. Soon the earth will cover us all. Then the earth itself will change, and those things born from change will continue to transform endlessly, one after another. If a person reflects on these constant changes, each wave of transformation following the next with swift inevitability, they will come to hold all perishable things in contempt. The universal cause is like a raging winter torrent, sweeping everything along in its current. And how trivial are those who busy themselves with politics, or who pretend to practice philosophy while merely posturing. All of them are mere babblers. So, man, do what nature asks of you in this moment. Act, if it is within your power, without concerning yourself with whether others notice. Do not dream of creating some idealized version of Plato's Republic. Instead, be satisfied if even the smallest thing proceeds as it should, and recognize that even such small successes are no insignificant matter. For who can truly change the opinions of others? Without a shift in their beliefs, what else exists but the servitude of those who grumble even as they pretend to comply? Now tell me of Alexander, Philip, and Demetrius of Phalerum. Let them judge for themselves whether they understood what universal nature demanded of them and disciplined themselves accordingly. But if they lived their lives as grandiose figures in a tragic drama, I am under no obligation to imitate their example. The work of philosophy is simple and humble. Do not let it pull you toward idleness or vanity. Look down from above upon the innumerable crowds of people and their many solemn rituals, their voyages through storms and calm seas, and the countless ways in which they are born, live together, and die. Reflect on the lives of those who came before you, those who will live after you, and the lives of those now living in distant lands, some of whom do not even know your name. Consider how quickly even those who praise you today will soon forget you or turn to criticize you. Recognize that neither posthumous fame nor reputation nor anything of the sort has any lasting value. Let there be calm and freedom from disturbance regarding things that come from external sources. Let justice guide the actions driven by your internal nature, so that your movements and deeds aim towards social harmony. For this aligns with your very essence. You can rid yourself of many unnecessary distractions that trouble you, as they exist solely in your perception. By recognizing this, you will open up vast mental space for yourself, allowing you to embrace the entirety of the universe in your thoughts. Reflect on the eternal span of time, observe how fleeting the journey from birth to death is, and consider the infinite expanse of time that preceded your birth, as well as the limitless stretch that follows after your dissolution. Everything you see will soon pass away, and those who witness its passing will also perish not long after. The one who lives to an advanced age will ultimately find themselves in the same state as the one who dies young. What are the core beliefs of these people, the ones who busy themselves with various pursuits? What motivates their admiration and their love? Picture their inner selves laid bare. When they believe their criticism causes harm or their praise brings benefit, how absurd their thoughts appear. Loss is nothing more than transformation. The universal nature delights in transformation, and through her will, everything unfolds as it should, just as it has for eternity and will continue to for all time. What then do you claim? That everything has been and will always remain bad? That countless gods, with all their power, have never been able to set things right, leaving the world doomed to an endless cycle of misery? Surely not. The decay underlying all things, water, dust, bones, filth, these are the elements of everything. Or consider marble, merely hardened earth, gold and silver, the dregs of the soil, clothing, fibers of hair, and purple dye, congealed blood. Everything is of the same nature. Even breath, that most ethereal element, is no different, constantly shifting from one state to another. Enough of this miserable life, these complaints and these foolish distractions. Why are you disturbed? What is new here? What unsettles you? Is it the outward form of things? Examine it. Or is it the material? Inspect it. Beyond these there is nothing else. So let yourself grow simpler and better before the gods. Whether we reflect on these matters for 100 years or 3, the conclusion remains the same. If someone has done wrong, the harm is their own, but perhaps they have not truly done wrong. Either all things arise from one intelligent source, working together as parts of a single body, where the individual part should not oppose what benefits the whole, or everything consists merely of atoms, endlessly combining and scattering. Why then are you disturbed? Ask your rational self. Are you lifeless, corrupted, pretending to be something you're not, or reduced to acting like an unreasoning beast, grazing with the herd? Either the gods have no power, or they do. If they have no power, why do you pray to them? But if they do, why not pray for strength to stop fearing what you fear, desiring what you desire, or suffering over what pains you, instead of praying for events to unfold as you wish? Surely, if they can assist humanity, they can assist in this greater purpose. Or will you say that the gods have already given you the power to govern yourself? If so, isn't it better to use that freedom as a rational being than to grovel for what lies beyond your control? And who says the gods do not aid us in matters within our power? Begin, then, to pray for this wisdom, and see what follows. One person prays, "How can I lie with that woman?" You should pray, how can I stop desiring her? Another prays, how can I escape this burden? You should pray, how can I cease longing to escape? Another prays, how can I keep from losing my child? You should pray, how can I overcome my fear of losing him? Redirect your prayers this way and observe the results. Epicurus once said, "During my illness I did not dwell on my physical suffering, nor did I speak about it to those who visited me. Instead, I continued to discuss the nature of things as I always had, focusing on how the mind, though it shares in the movements and sensations of the frail body, can remain free from distress and preserve its own well-being. I did not, as he put it, give the physicians the satisfaction of assuming solemn airs, as though they were performing some great task. My life continued smoothly and contentedly." Follow his example in illness if you are unwell, and in any other circumstance. Never abandon philosophy no matter what happens, and avoid frivolous conversations with those who are ignorant or unacquainted with the workings of nature. Stay focused on the task at hand and the tools you use to perform it. When someone's shameless behavior offends you, immediately ask yourself, is it possible for there to be no shameless people in the world? It is not possible. Do not demand the impossible. This person is simply one of those shameless individuals who inevitably exist. Apply the same reasoning to the dishonest, the untrustworthy, and anyone who acts wrongly in any way. By reminding yourself that it is impossible for such people not to exist, you will find it easier to be kind and forgiving toward each individual. It is also helpful to recognize the virtue that nature has given you to counteract each kind of wrongdoing. Against the rude and thoughtless, you have patience. Against others, some other virtue. In every case, you can teach and guide those who have gone astray, for error is simply a failure to reach one's intended goal. Furthermore, consider whether you have actually been harmed. You will find that none of these individuals have done anything that could damage your mind. The only harm that can affect you lies within your own thoughts. And what is so surprising or harmful if an uninstructed person acts according to their lack of understanding? Perhaps the real fault lies with you for expecting otherwise. Your reason should have prepared you to anticipate their mistakes. If you are shocked by their error, it is because you forgot to expect it. When you accuse someone of being untrustworthy or ungrateful, reflect on your own actions. Did you place trust in someone despite knowing their disposition? When you offered your kindness, did you expect something in return? If so, the fault is yours. The true reward for your actions lies in the act itself. When you help someone, is it not enough to know that you acted in accordance with your nature? Why demand repayment, as though an eye should expect thanks for seeing or feet should ask for recognition for walking? Just as these parts of the body fulfill their purpose by acting as they were made to act, so too does a person fulfill their nature through acts of kindness and service to the greater good. In doing so, you achieve the reward inherent in your very design. Will you, my soul, never become truly good, simple, unified, and free, clearer even than the body that surrounds you? Will you never achieve a state of affection and contentment? Will you never be complete, without longing for anything, without craving either animate or inanimate pleasures? Will you not cease desiring more time to enjoy things, or a better place, or a more agreeable climate, or the company of those with whom you may live in harmony? Instead, will you finally be satisfied with your present condition, content with all that surrounds you? Will you persuade yourself that you already have everything, that all things come from the gods, and that everything is as it should be, and will remain so, if it aligns with their will? Will you acknowledge that whatever they provide serves the preservation of the perfect whole, the good, just, and beautiful system that creates, sustains, and embraces all things, and dissolves them to produce others of the same kind? Will you never reach the point where you live in harmony with gods and men, neither finding fault with them nor deserving their reproach? Reflect on what your nature requires, insofar as you are governed solely by it. Do that, and accept it, provided that your nature, as a living being, is not harmed in the process. Next, consider what your nature requires as a living being. Grant yourself all that it needs, so long as your rational nature remains intact. For a rational being is, by necessity, also a social being. Apply these principles and let no other concerns trouble you. Whatever happens to you will either occur in a way that your nature is designed to endure, or in a way that it is not. If it happens in a way that your nature can bear, do not complain but endure it as you were made to do. If it happens in a way that your nature cannot bear, do not complain either, for it will destroy you and cease to exist. Remember, however, that your nature is formed to bear anything that depends on your own opinion to make it endurable. By choosing to see it as either beneficial or your duty, you can endure anything. If someone is mistaken, correct them kindly and show them where they are wrong. But if you are unable to correct them, reflect on your own limitations, or don't blame yourself at all. Whatever happens to you was prepared for you from eternity. The chain of causes has been weaving the thread of your existence and all that comes with it since the beginning of time. Whether the universe is merely a random collection of atoms or an ordered system governed by nature, consider this first. You are a part of the whole, governed by nature. Second, you are inherently connected to the other parts that are similar to yourself. By remembering that you are a part of the whole, you will not feel discontent with what happens to you. Nothing harmful can happen to the part if it serves the whole, because the whole contains nothing that is not for its benefit. This is a shared principle of all natural things, and especially of the universe, which cannot be forced to create anything that harms itself. By remembering that you are a part of this greater whole, you will find contentment in all that happens. As a part of the universe, you are inherently connected to others like you. This connection will guide you to act in harmony with them and focus on the common good, turning away from anything contrary to it. If you live this way, your life will proceed happily, just as a good citizen lives a happy life by acting for the benefit of their fellow citizens and accepting whatever role the state assigns to them. The components of the universe, everything encompassed within it by nature, must necessarily perish, but this should be understood as meaning they must undergo change. If change were inherently an evil and a necessity for the parts, the whole would not remain in a good condition. This is because the parts, being subject to change and dissolution in various ways, would corrupt the whole. Did nature itself intend to harm its own parts by making them subject to evil and decay? Or have such outcomes occurred without nature's awareness? Both ideas are absurd. Even if we stop referring to nature as a purposeful force and instead call these occurrences merely natural, it would still be nonsensical to assert that the parts are naturally subject to change and then be surprised or distressed when such changes occur. This is especially true since dissolution returns things to their original components. This process involves either the dispersion of elements that formed the whole or the transformation of the solid into earth and the airy into air. These parts are thus reclaimed by the universal reason, whether through periodic consumption by fire or continual renewal through eternal cycles. Do not think that the physical and airy elements that make up your body belong to you from the moment of your creation. These components only came together recently, so to speak, formed by the food you have eaten and the air you have breathed. Therefore, what changes is not the essence given to you at birth by your mother, but the matter that has since accrued to you. Even if the matter given to you at birth is deeply connected to this changing part, it offers no valid objection to what has been stated. When you take on these names, good, modest, truthful, rational, equanimous, and magnanimous, ensure that you do not stray from them, and if you do lose them, return to them swiftly. Remember that the term rational signifies the ability to pay careful attention to every detail and to act free from negligence. That equanimity is the voluntary acceptance of what is assigned to you by universal nature, and that magnanimity is the elevation of your rational mind above the fleeting pleasures or pains of the body, beyond the trivial pursuit of fame, fear of death, or any similar distractions. If you uphold these names in practice, without needing others to call you by them, you will transform into a different person and step into a new life. To persist in being as you have been, a person torn apart and defiled by an unworthy life, is the mark of someone deeply foolish and excessively attached to existence, like those half-devoured fighters in the arena. Though they are covered in wounds and blood, they beg to live another day, only to face the same torment of claws and teeth. Resolve, then, to remain true to these names, and if you can abide in them, dwell as though you have been transported to the Blessed Isles. But if you notice that you falter and cannot hold firm to these ideals, retreat courageously to a quiet place where you can preserve them, or leave this life entirely, not in anger, but with simplicity, freedom, and dignity, having achieved at least one praiseworthy thing in life, to have departed it with honor. To help yourself remember these names, reflect often on the gods, who do not desire flattery, but wish all rational beings to become like themselves. Also, consider the nature of things. The fig tree fulfills its purpose by bearing figs, the dog by acting as a dog, and the bee by being a bee. So too, what fulfills the purpose of a man is to live as a man, rational, good, and in harmony with nature. Mimi, war, astonishment, paralysis, and subjugation will daily erode your cherished principles. How many assumptions do you make without examining the natural world, and how many important matters do you overlook? It is your duty to observe and act in such a way that, simultaneously, your ability to handle situations improves, your reflective mind is exercised, and your confidence, drawn from an understanding of each matter, remains steadfast, neither flaunted nor hidden. For when will you embrace simplicity? When will you exhibit dignity? When will you fully comprehend each thing, its essence, its place in the universe, its duration, its components, and its rightful owner? And who has the authority to give it or take it away? A spider feels pride when it catches a fly. Another man feels pride when he catches a hare, or another when he captures a small fish in a net. Still others take pride in capturing wild boars, bears, or even Sarmatians. But if you examine their underlying beliefs, are these not all mere thieves? Cultivate a contemplative perspective on how all things transform into one another. Make this a constant practice, for no other aspect of philosophy fosters magnanimity as effectively. A person who adopts this outlook sheds attachment to the body and accepts that at any moment, perhaps sooner than expected, he will depart from this world and leave everything behind. Such a person devotes himself entirely to justice in his actions and submits to the universal order in all that occurs. What others may say, think, or do against him is of no concern, as he finds contentment in two principles: acting justly in the present moment and accepting what is assigned to him. Free from distractions and idle pursuits, he seeks only to walk a straight path under the law, aligning his actions with the divine will. Why should you be consumed by baseless fear when you have the power to discern what must be done? If the right course is clear, follow it with satisfaction, without hesitation. If uncertainty clouds your vision, pause and consult the best advisors available. And if obstacles stand in your way, proceed with care and determination, adhering to what seems just. Strive to reach your goal, and if you fail, let your failure be in the pursuit of justice. The person who follows reason in all things achieves a state of tranquility and energy simultaneously, remaining cheerful and composed throughout. Ask yourself upon waking, will it matter to you if someone else acts justly and rightly? It will not. Surely you haven't forgotten that those who act arrogantly when offering praise or blame are the same as they are in private moments, such as at their meals or in their beds. You have not forgotten their actions, what they avoid, what they seek, and how they steal and deceive, not with their hands or feet, but with their most valuable faculty, the mind. It is through this faculty that one can choose to create fidelity, modesty, truth, law, and happiness. To nature, who gives and takes all, the wise and humble person says, "Give what you will, take back what you will." This is said not with pride, but with obedience and contentment. What remains of your life is brief. Live as if on a mountaintop, for it matters not whether a person lives here or there if they live everywhere in harmony with the world, as though it were a single community. Let others see and recognize a person who lives according to nature. If they cannot endure such a life, let them kill him. It is better to die than to live as most men do. Do not speak any longer about what kind of person a good man ought to be. Simply be that person. Reflect often on the entirety of time and the totality of existence. See that all individual things, in their essence, are no more significant than a grain of a fig, and that in time they are like the brief turn of a screw. Observe all things around you. See how they are already dissolving, changing, decaying, and dispersing. Consider that all things are naturally made to perish. Think about what people are when they eat, sleep, procreate, and relieve themselves. Then reflect on what kind of people they are when they become overbearing, arrogant, angry, or shout commands from their positions of power. Not long ago they were subservient to others for trivial reasons, and before long, consider what state they will soon be in themselves. What is good for each thing is that which the universal nature brings to it, and it is good precisely at the moment it is given. The earth loves the rain, and the heavens love to send it. The universe loves to create whatever is destined to come into being. So I say to the universe, I love as you love. Is it not also said that this or that loves to come into existence? You are here now, accustomed to living in this world, or you are preparing to leave it, which was your choice, or you are dying, having fulfilled your duties. Beyond these possibilities there is nothing, so be of good cheer. Always remember that this land is no different from any other. Everything here is the same as on a mountain, a seashore, or wherever else you might choose to go. As Plato said, living within the walls of a city is like dwelling in a shepherd's fold upon a mountain. What is my ruling faculty to me at this moment? What kind of state am I shaping it into now? And for what purpose am I using it? Is it devoid of understanding? Has it become detached and alienated from social life? Has it dissolved into the frail flesh, moving only in harmony with bodily impulses? A person who flees from their master is a runaway, but the law is the ultimate master. Whoever violates the law is a runaway. Similarly, anyone who grieves, grows angry, or becomes fearful is rebelling against what has been, what is, or what will be, against that which has been ordained by the ruler of all things, the universal law. This law apportions to each person what is fitting. Therefore, the one who fears, grieves, or is angry acts as a runaway from the natural order. A man deposits seed in a womb and departs, then another force takes over, shaping it into a child. What a marvel from such material! Similarly, the child consumes food, which passes through the throat, and another force transforms it into perception, motion, life, strength, and countless other abilities. How intricate and wondrous this process is! Reflect on these hidden workings, perceiving their power as we observe gravity or buoyancy, not with the eyes, yet just as clearly. Continually reflect on how everything that exists now has existed in the past, and how it will come again in the future. Picture entire dramas and stages of life playing out just as they have before, drawn from either your personal experience or from the accounts of history. Think, for instance, of the courts of Hadrian, Antoninus, Philip, Alexander, or Croesus. Each of them was like the dramas we witness today, only performed by different actors. Imagine every person who grieves over something or feels discontented as being like a pig that kicks and squeals while being sacrificed. Similarly, a person who lies silently in bed lamenting the constraints of life is no different. Reflect that it is only the rational creature, humans, who can voluntarily align themselves with the course of events. All others simply follow out of necessity. Whenever you undertake any action, pause and ask yourself whether death is truly dreadful, because it would deprive you of what you are doing at that moment. When you are angered by someone's faults, immediately turn inward and consider how you yourself err in similar ways. For instance, by valuing money, pleasure, or reputation too highly. By acknowledging your own missteps, you will quickly let go of your anger, especially if you add this thought: the person is compelled by their own nature or circumstances. What else could they do? And if you are able, help them overcome this compulsion. When you think of Saturn the Socratic, remember others like Eutyches or Hymen. When you reflect on Euphrates, think also of Eutychion or Silvanus. When you recall Alciphron, think of Tropaeophorus. And when you consider Xenophon, think of Crito or Severus. And when you look at yourself, compare yourself to another Caesar. For every person, apply this principle. Then ponder, where are these men now? Nowhere, or no one knows where. In this way, you will continuously see human endeavors as fleeting as smoke, as nothing at all. Especially consider that once something changes, it will never exist again in the infinite flow of time. Reflect on how brief your time of existence truly is. Why not resolve to pass through this short span in an orderly, composed manner? What significant actions or opportunities for reasoning are you avoiding? What else are the events of life but exercises for your rational mind? When reason examines and understands the nature of what happens in life, it is strengthened, like a stomach that processes food, or a blazing fire that transforms everything thrown into it into light and heat. So should your reason transform everything it encounters into understanding and clarity. Let no one truthfully claim that you are not honest or good. Let anyone who says so be lying. This is entirely within your control. Who can stop you from being honest and good? Decide for yourself that you will not continue to live unless you embody these qualities, for reason itself forbids you to live if you fail to be such a person. Consider what, in this life, can be done or said in the most reasonable way. Whatever that is, you have the power to do or say it. There is no valid excuse for claiming otherwise. You will not stop lamenting until your mind reaches a state where performing actions in accordance with human nature becomes as much a joy to you as luxury is to those who indulge in pleasure. A person should find delight in everything they can do that aligns with their nature, and this ability is always available. A cylinder cannot roll on every surface by its own motion, nor can water or fire move freely in every direction, nor can any other thing governed by nature or lacking rationality overcome obstacles that block its way. But intelligence and reason can navigate all opposition, acting in harmony with their natural design and purpose. Recognize how easily reason can move through any challenge, just as fire ascends, stones descend, or cylinders roll down inclined planes, and do not seek anything beyond this. All other obstacles affect only the body, which is lifeless on its own, or rely on opinion and the mind's willingness to yield. Without that consent, they cause no harm at all. Were they truly harmful, they would immediately corrupt the person affected. But this is not the case. For anything that has a definite nature, harm causes deterioration of that nature. However, for humans, encountering adversity and using it wisely can lead to improvement and even praise. Remember that nothing can harm a true citizen unless it harms the state, and nothing harms the state unless it undermines law and order. Among those misfortunes commonly named, none damage the law. Therefore, what does not harm the law does not harm the state or its citizens. For someone guided by true principles, even the shortest precept suffices as a reminder to be free from grief and fear. Take, for example, leaves scattered by the wind upon the ground. So too is the race of humankind. Your children are like leaves, as are those who cry out with either praise or condemnation, openly or in secret. Those who carry your fame into the future, they too are leaves. As the poet says, leaves are born in the season of spring, only to be scattered by the wind, while the forest grows new ones in their place. All things share this fleeting existence, yet you pursue and avoid them as though they were eternal. Soon, you will close your eyes for the last time and another will grieve for you, just as someone else will later mourn them. A healthy eye sees all that is visible. It does not yearn only for green things, for that would indicate illness. Similarly, a healthy ear hears all sounds, and a healthy nose detects all scents. A healthy stomach digests all kinds of food, just as a mill grinds whatever is placed within it. In the same way, a sound mind accepts all that happens without preference or complaint. But the mind that cries, "Let my dear children live," or "Let all men praise my deeds," is like an eye seeking only green things or teeth demanding only soft food. It is diseased. No man is so fortunate that his death will not bring some people satisfaction. Even if he were wise and virtuous, there will still be those who think, "At last, we are free of him. He was not harsh, but he silently judged us. This is what they might say about a good man. As for us, how much more will there be to criticize? Reflect on this when your time comes, and you will face death more peacefully. I am leaving behind a world where even those I have strived, prayed, and cared for are relieved to see me go, hoping to gain some small advantage from my absence. Why then should I cling to life? Do not, however, let this realization harden your heart. Depart with the same kindness and goodwill you have always shown, as one who is not being torn away but leaving naturally. Let your soul part from your body as gently as a quiet death allows. In the same way, your departure from others should be free of resistance, for nature has bound you to them and now unbinds you. Accept this dissolution without struggle, for it too is a part of nature. Train yourself whenever you see someone acting or making a decision to ask yourself, what is the purpose of this person's actions? Begin, however, with yourself. Reflect first on your own intentions and actions. Remember, the true essence of a person lies in the inner force that directs their thoughts and actions. This inner power is what persuades, what gives life, and what defines a human being. When you think about yourself, do not focus on the outer shell, your physical body, or the tools that are connected to it. These are no different from an axe or other instruments, except that they are naturally attached to you. Without the guiding force that drives and controls them, these parts are as meaningless as a weaver's shuttle without a weaver, a writer's pen without a writer, or a driver's whip without the driver. These are the characteristics of the rational soul. It can observe itself, analyze itself, and shape itself according to its own will. It reaps the fruits of its own actions and enjoys them personally, unlike plants or animals whose fruits are enjoyed by others. It achieves its purpose no matter when the end of life arrives. Unlike a dance, a play, or similar performances that feel incomplete if cut short, the rational soul ensures that every moment is fulfilled and complete. It can confidently say, I have accomplished what is mine to do. Furthermore, the rational soul can traverse the entire universe and the vast emptiness that surrounds it. It surveys the universe's design, expands its thoughts to encompass the infinity of time, and grasps the cyclical renewal of all things. It recognizes that those who come after us will see nothing new, just as those who came before us saw no more than we do now. In essence, anyone with understanding, be it at the age of 40 or otherwise, has already seen everything that has been and will be, given the unchanging nature of the world. The rational soul also possesses other qualities: love for one's neighbor, truth, modesty, and the capacity to value nothing more highly than itself. This self-valuation aligns it with the nature of law and justice. In this way, right reason and the reason of justice are one and the same. You will learn to place little importance on charming songs, dances, and even athletic competitions like the pancratium, if you break them down into their individual components. For instance, take a melody and examine each note. Ask yourself if you are truly captivated by these individual sounds. You will likely feel too ashamed to admit being overcome by something so simple. The same can be done with a dance, analyzing each step or movement, and with athletic contests, by observing each strike or grappling move. By examining such things piece by piece, you will come to value them less. This principle applies not only to external pursuits, but to your entire life. Apart from virtue and virtuous actions, learn to dissect all things into their basic elements, and by doing so, diminish their importance. What a remarkable soul it is that stands prepared to separate from the body at any moment, whether to be extinguished, dispersed, or to continue its existence. This readiness must come not from stubbornness, like that of the Christians, but from thoughtful reasoning, with dignity and a persuasive calmness, free from dramatic display. Whenever you act for the greater good, remember that you have already received your reward. Let this thought stay with you, and never tire of doing good deeds. What is your craft? To be good. And how is this accomplished except by adhering to sound principles, some that concern the nature of the universe, and others that relate to the proper makeup of humanity. Tragedies were first staged as a way to remind people of the inevitable events of life, showing that it is natural for things to unfold as they do. If you take pleasure in what is portrayed on stage, then you should not be troubled by similar occurrences in the grander theatre of life. Understand that these things must happen, and even those who lament, crying, "O Cytheron," endure them. Indeed, some lines from the dramatists contain profound wisdom, such as, "If the gods neglect me and my children, this too has its reason." And again, we must not rail against what fate decrees, or harvest life as one reaps the wheat's fruitful ear, and other reflections of the same kind. After tragedies, the old comedies came into fashion, offering a bold and candid critique of human folly. With their blunt honesty, they served as warnings against arrogance and insolence. Even Diogenes drew lessons from these works for his own teachings. Regarding the middle comedy that followed, consider its purpose, and then the newer comedy that emerged, which gradually devolved into mere mimicry and artifice. It's true that even in these works, some valuable ideas can be found, but the overall aim of this kind of poetry and drama, what purpose does it truly serve? How clear it is that no other condition of life is as suited to philosophical reflection as the one you find yourself in now. A branch that is severed from its neighboring branch is inevitably cut off from the entire tree. Similarly, when a person distances themselves from another, they also separate themselves from the larger social community. In the case of the branch, it is an external force that cuts it off, but when it comes to a person, it is their own actions, when they harbor hatred or turn away from others, that sever the connection. What they fail to realize is that in doing so, they also separate themselves from the collective unity of society. Yet there is a unique privilege given to us by Zeus, who ordained human community. We have the power to reconnect, to grow back into unity with those around us, and to become a contributing part of the whole once more. However, if this separation happens repeatedly, it becomes increasingly difficult to restore harmony and return to the former state of unity. A branch that has always grown with the tree, sharing its life and essence, is not the same as one that is grafted back after being cut off. Gardeners might say the grafted branch grows with the tree, but it no longer shares the same inner essence or mind as the rest. As those who try to obstruct your path when you act according to reason cannot turn you away from rightful action, do not let them provoke you into abandoning your goodwill toward them. Be mindful in both respects, not only in maintaining steady judgment and action, but also in preserving gentleness toward those who hinder or trouble you. For it is equally a weakness to be angered by them, as it is to deviate from your path or to retreat out of fear. Both the one who surrenders to fear and the one who alienates themselves from others, who by nature are kin and companions, are equally abandoning their posts. No aspect of nature is inferior to art, for the arts merely imitate nature. If this is true, then the universal nature, being the most perfect and all-encompassing, cannot be less skillful than art. All arts aim to create lesser things for the sake of greater ones. In the same way, universal nature operates. From this principle arises justice, and from justice stem all other virtues. Justice cannot exist if we become overly concerned with trivial matters, are easily deceived, or act carelessly and inconsistently. If the things that trouble you, the ones you seek or avoid, do not come to you, it is often because, in some way, you are going to them. Let your judgment about these things be at peace, and they will no longer disturb you. When your judgment is calm, you will neither pursue nor avoid unnecessarily. The soul maintains its perfect form like a sphere, when it is neither stretched outward toward external things, nor withdrawn inward, nor scattered or weighed down. Instead, it should be filled with light, light that reveals truth, the truth of all things and the truth within itself. If someone looks down on me, that is for him to worry about. As for me, my task is to ensure I do or say nothing worthy of contempt. If someone hates me, that is his concern. As for me, I will remain mild and kind toward all, ready to correct even those who err, not with reproach, nor to boast of my endurance, but with honesty and dignity, like the noble Phocion, unless he was merely pretending. Our inner selves should be so composed that the gods would find us neither discontented nor complaining. What harm can come to you if you are fulfilling your nature by acting in accordance with what benefits all and accepting the present as aligned with the universal order? After all, you were placed here to contribute to the greater good. Men often despise each other, yet flatter one another. They seek to elevate themselves over others, even as they bow and grovel before them. How insincere and shallow is the person who declares, "I have decided to treat you fairly." What are you saying, man? There's no need to make such an announcement. It will be evident through your actions. Honesty should be written plainly on your face. A person's character is immediately revealed in their eyes, just as someone in love shows their feelings openly in their gaze. A truly honest and good person should be like someone wearing a strong fragrance. Those nearby will sense it instinctively, whether they wish to or not. On the other hand, the pretense of simplicity is as unnatural as a bent stick. There is nothing more disgraceful than a deceitful friendship, like that of a wolf pretending to be kind. Avoid this most of all. A good, simple, and benevolent person radiates these qualities from their very being, making them impossible to misinterpret. The ability to live well lies within the soul, especially if it remains indifferent to things that are, by nature, indifferent. This indifference is possible if the soul examines each thing individually and collectively, understanding that none of these external things create opinions about themselves or approach us actively. These things remain static. It is we who form judgments about them and, metaphorically speaking, inscribe those judgments within ourselves. But it is within our power not to inscribe them at all, and if by chance such judgments have quietly entered our minds, we have the power to erase them. Additionally, we should remind ourselves that such vigilance is required for only a brief time, for soon life will end. What difficulty is there then in maintaining this perspective? If these things align with nature, embrace them with joy, and they will feel easy to manage. But if they oppose nature, seek what aligns with your own nature and pursue it, even if it does not bring you fame or recognition, for every person is entitled to seek their own good. Reflect on the origin of each thing, its composition, the changes it undergoes, and what it will become once transformed. Remember, none of this brings harm. If someone wrongs you, consider the following. Our shared purpose. Reflect on the nature of human relationships and how we are made for one another. Recognize that you were made to guide others, like a ram leading the flock or a bull overseeing the herd. Ask yourself this. If everything is not random chance but instead ordered by nature, then the lower things exist to serve the higher, and all exist to support one another. Their condition. Think about what kind of people they are in their daily lives, at meals, in rest, and so on, and consider the pressures and beliefs that shape their actions. Notice with what arrogance or ignorance they act. Their intentions. If they act rightly, there's no cause for displeasure. If they act wrongly, remember that they do so unwillingly, out of ignorance. Just as no soul willingly loses its grasp of truth, no one willingly behaves unjustly or fails to treat others as they deserve. People feel pain when they are accused of being unjust, ungrateful, or selfish, proof that they do not act wrongfully with full awareness. Your own faults. Reflect on your own imperfections and past mistakes. Even if you refrain from certain wrongs, consider whether it's out of virtue or lesser motives, like fear or concern for your reputation. Your limited understanding. Recognize that you often lack the full context of others' actions. Many deeds are shaped by circumstances you may not fully grasp. Judging another's actions correctly requires deep knowledge. The brevity of life. When you feel anger or sorrow, remember how fleeting life is. Soon enough, all of us will be laid to rest, and these grievances will matter no more. The true source of disturbance. Understand that it's not others' actions that upset you, but your opinions about those actions. Remove these opinions, and your anger will vanish. How can you do this? By reminding yourself that another's wrong does not disgrace you. Unless the act is truly shameful in itself, it cannot harm you. If you cling to the belief that such things are grievous, you risk becoming unjust yourself. Eighth, reflect on how much more suffering we cause ourselves through the anger and frustration we feel about certain acts than by the acts themselves, which provoke our anger and frustration. Ninth, recognize that a genuinely good disposition is unshakable. It is not a false smile or pretended kindness. What can even the most aggressive person do to harm you if you maintain a kind and steadfast spirit? When the opportunity arises, respond to him with calm and gentle correction. Say to him, "Not so, my child. We are made by nature for better things. You cannot harm me, but you are harming yourself." Show him with patience and universal truths that this is true, even using examples from nature. For even bees do not behave as he does, nor do any other creatures naturally inclined to live together in harmony. Do this without double meanings, without reproach, and with no trace of bitterness in your soul. Do not speak as though you are lecturing him or seeking the admiration of bystanders, but address him kindly, whether he is alone or in the company of others. Keep these 9 principles as if they were a gift from the Muses, and finally strive to live as a true human being while you still have life. Avoid both flattering others and being vexed with them, for neither behavior is compatible with a social nature, and both lead to harm. When anger stirs within you, remind yourself of this truth. To be governed by passion is unworthy of a human being. Mildness and gentleness, as they align more closely with our nature, are also the true signs of strength and courage. The person who embodies these qualities shows real resilience, strength, and fortitude, not the one who gives in to outbursts of anger and irritation. The closer a man's mind is to freedom from passion, the closer it is to real strength. Just as pain is a sign of weakness, so too is anger. The man who surrenders to pain and the man who succumbs to anger are both wounded, and both have yielded to their circumstances. If you wish, accept this 10th gift from the leader of the Muses, Apollo. To expect that bad men will not do wrong is foolishness, for it is to desire the impossible. But to allow men to behave badly toward others and still expect them not to harm you personally is irrational and self-centered. There are 4 main deviations of the higher faculty that you must always guard against. When you detect them, immediately erase them and remind yourself of the following. Unnecessary thoughts. This thought is not needed. Antisocial tendencies. This thought undermines the bond of human community. Inauthenticity. This thing you are about to say does not come from your genuine convictions, for it is among the most absurd things for a person to speak without sincerity. Self-reproach. When you scold yourself for something trivial, it shows that your higher divine nature is being overpowered by the baser, mortal aspects of yourself, namely, the body and its fleeting pleasures. The airy and fiery elements within you, though their natural inclination is to rise, are compelled by the structure of the universe to remain contained within the body. Likewise, the earthy and watery elements, which naturally move downward, are held up and fixed in a place contrary to their inclination. Thus, the elements within you obey the universal order, staying where they are assigned until the greater whole signals their release at the appointed time of dissolution. Why then, is it only your reasoning mind that resists its place? It is not bound by any external force, but is simply required to align with its own nature. Yet it rebels, straying into injustice, intemperance, anger, grief, and fear, all acts of deviation from its true purpose. When your ruling faculty becomes discontent with events, it abandons its rightful station. This is because the mind was designed not only for justice, but also for piety and reverence toward the divine. These qualities are inseparable from the broader idea of contentment with the natural order of things, and indeed they precede justice itself. A person who does not maintain a singular and consistent purpose in life cannot remain steadfast throughout their life. But it is not enough to merely say this. It must also be clarified what this purpose should be. For just as there is no universal agreement about what is considered good, apart from certain things related to the common good, our aim must also be aligned with what benefits the collective and serves a social and civic purpose. Whoever dedicates all their efforts to this goal will ensure that all their actions are consistent and will thus remain steady and unchanging. Reflect on the story of the country mouse and the town mouse, and the anxiety and panic experienced by the town mouse. Socrates often referred to public opinion as mere lamia, mythical monsters used to frighten children. At public gatherings, the Spartans, Lacedaemonians, would provide shaded seating for visitors, while they themselves sat anywhere, showing their humility and self-discipline. When Perdiccas invited Socrates to join him, Socrates declined, saying, "I will not come, for I do not wish to meet the worst of all fates, to receive a favor and be unable to repay it." The Ephesians had a teaching in their writings that one should continually think of virtuous men from earlier times and use them as examples. The Pythagoreans advised looking up at the heavens each morning, contemplating the stars and celestial bodies. Their steady, unchanging movements remind us of consistency and purity. The stars are unveiled, revealing their naked truth for all to see. Consider what kind of man Socrates was when, after Xanthippe had taken his cloak and gone out, he wrapped himself in a simple skin. Reflect on what he said to his friends, who were embarrassed and withdrew from him when they saw him dressed in such a humble way. You cannot set rules for others, whether in writing or reading, until you first learn to follow rules yourself. This applies even more to how you live your life. You are a slave, free speech is not for you, and my heart laughed within. The Odyssey, Book 9, line 413, and they will curse virtue, speaking harsh words. Hesiod, Works and Days, line 184. To search for figs in winter is the act of a madman, just as it is madness to search for a child when it is no longer allowed. Epictetus advised that when a man kisses his child, he should silently remind himself, "Tomorrow this child may die." When someone objected, saying, "That is a terrible thing to say," Epictetus replied, "No word is terrible if it describes the workings of nature. If that were so, then even saying that corn is reaped would be a bad omen." The unripe grape, the ripe bunch, and the dried grape, each represents a transformation, not into nothingness, but into something not yet realized. No one can take away our free will. Epictetus also taught that one must develop an art or discipline concerning their judgments and decisions. In one's actions, care should be taken to act in harmony with the circumstances, to align with social responsibility, and to consider the value of the object or outcome. As for sensual desires, these should be entirely avoided, and with regard to aversion, it should never be directed toward things beyond our control. The debate, Epictetus said, is not about something trivial. It is about whether we are sane or mad. Socrates often asked, "What do you seek, the souls of rational beings or irrational ones?" Rational beings. Of rational beings, do you want them to be sound or unsound? Sound. Then why do you not seek such souls? Because we already possess them. Then why do you argue and fight? All those things you seek to achieve through indirect or complicated means can be yours now, if you do not deny them to yourself. This requires that you let go of the past, entrust the future to providence, and focus only on living the present moment with piety and justice. Piety means being content with the circumstances assigned to you, recognizing that nature has designed them for you, just as you have been designed for them. Justice means always speaking the truth openly and without deceit, acting in accordance with the law and treating each thing according to its value. Let neither another's wrongdoing, public opinion, nor the sensations of your body hinder you. The physical part of you will take care of itself. If, when the time comes for your departure, you set aside all distractions and focus solely on respecting your rational mind and the divine essence within you, and if you fear not death itself, but the failure to have lived in harmony with nature, then you will be a person truly worthy of the universe that created you. You will cease to feel like a stranger in your own world, to be surprised by the ordinary events of life as though they were strange or unexpected, and to rely on external things for your sense of self. God sees the minds of all people stripped of their material coverings, free from the outer shell and impurities. With his divine intellect, he perceives only the intelligence that flows from himself into these bodies. If you train yourself to see in this way, you will free yourself from much anxiety. For he who disregards the frail flesh that surrounds him will not be troubled by concerns about clothing, shelter, reputation, or other superficial matters. You are composed of three things: a small body, a small breath of life, and intelligence. Of these, the first two are yours only, insofar as it is your duty to care for them, but the third, your intelligence, is uniquely and truly yours. Therefore, if you separate from your understanding everything that others do or say, everything you have done or said yourself, all the worries about things that might happen in the future, and everything tied to the body that envelops you, or to the breath of life connected to the body but beyond your control, if you let go of all these external distractions and the turbulent whirl of external forces, then your mind, free from the weight of fate, can live purely and independently. It can focus on what is just, accept what happens, and always speak the truth. If you strip your ruling faculty of the impressions left by the senses, of concerns for the future, and regrets about the past, and make yourself like Empedocles' sphere, perfect, whole, and resting joyfully in itself. And if you dedicate yourself to living only in the present, living what is truly your life, then you will be able to pass the rest of your days nobly, free from disturbances, and in harmony with the divine essence within you, your inner guide. I have often marveled at how every person loves themselves more than anyone else, yet places more value on the opinions of others than on their own judgment. Imagine if a god or wise teacher were to appear and instruct someone to avoid thinking or planning anything that they would be ashamed to reveal aloud as soon as it came to mind. Such a person would not be able to endure even a single day under such a rule. This shows how much more we care about what our neighbors think of us than about what we think of ourselves. How can it be that the gods, who have arranged all things so well and kindly for humanity, have overlooked just this one matter? That some men, good men, virtuous men, those who have been closest to the divine through their pious deeds and spiritual practices, should after their death cease to exist entirely, never to be again, extinguished forever. Surely this seems out of harmony with the divine order of things. If this is the case, rest assured that if things ought to have been different, the gods would have made it so. For if it were just, it would also be possible, and if it were in accordance with nature, nature would have ensured it. Since it is not so, if indeed it is not, be convinced that it should not have been otherwise. You see, even in this inquiry, you are disputing with the divine will, and we should not argue against the gods unless we believed them to be supremely excellent and just. But if they are indeed just and excellent, they would not allow any injustice or irrationality in the order of the universe. Train yourself even in those tasks you believe to be beyond your reach, for just as the left hand, though weaker and unskilled in most tasks, becomes stronger and more adept at holding the bridle than the right hand when practiced, so too can you strengthen yourself with effort and repetition. Reflect on the state of both body and soul in which a man should find himself when faced with death. Consider the brevity of life, the vast infinity of time before and after your existence, and the frailty of all material things. Examine the essence of things stripped of their superficial coverings, analyze the motives behind actions, reflect on what pain and pleasure truly are, the nature of death, and the fleeting value of fame. Recognize that a person is the source of their own discontent, and that no one is truly hindered by another. Understand that all external things are merely matters of opinion. In applying your principles, strive to be like a pancratiast, a wrestler skilled in all techniques, rather than a gladiator. The gladiator may lose his weapon and be defeated, but the pancratiast always has his strength and skill within him, relying on his hands alone. He does not depend on external tools, but on his mastery of self. Consider the essence of things by breaking them into their components: matter, form, and purpose. Reflect on the remarkable power humanity possesses, the ability to do only what aligns with the will of God and to accept with grace all that God grants. Regarding events that occur in harmony with nature, we should assign no blame, neither to the gods, who act neither wrongly nor carelessly, nor to men, who err only through ignorance. Consequently, there is no need to blame anyone at all, and how absurd it is and how out of place for someone to be surprised by anything that happens in life. Either there is an unchangeable and inevitable order to events, or there is a kind and guiding providence, or the world is a chaotic jumble without purpose or direction. If there is an invincible order, why do you resist it? If there is a providence that can be swayed, then make yourself worthy of divine aid. But if the universe is chaotic and without a ruler, take comfort in the fact that, amidst the storm, you have within yourself a governing intelligence, and even if the storm sweeps you away, let it take the fragile body, the fleeting breath, and all else, but it cannot take your reason. Does the light of a lamp shine steadily and undiminished until it is extinguished? Then why should truth, justice, and temperance within you be extinguished before your death? When someone seems to have done wrong, consider, how do I truly know that this was a wrongful act? Even if it was wrong, how do I know that the wrongdoer has not already condemned himself inwardly? This self-condemnation is like tearing one's own face. Reflect on this. To expect a bad person not to commit wrong is like expecting a fig tree not to produce juice in its figs, a baby not to cry, or a horse not to neigh. Such behaviors are natural outcomes of their nature. What should you do then when faced with someone of bad character? If you are irritable, work to correct your own disposition first. If an action is not right, do not do it. If a statement is not true, do not say it. Let this guide you in all things. In everything you encounter, examine what it truly is that creates an impression upon you. Break it down into its form, material, purpose, and the time within which it will pass. Recognize at last that you possess within yourself something greater and more divine than the forces that pull at you with their strings, whether they be fear, suspicion, desire, or any other emotion. Pause and ask yourself, what is presently occupying my mind? Is it fear or suspicion or some other unworthy feeling? First, do nothing thoughtlessly or without a clear purpose. Second, let all your actions aim at a common good. Reflect that before long you will be no one and nowhere, and none of the things you now see nor the people who live alongside you will remain. All things are designed by nature to transform, to perish, and to give way so that other things may come into being in an unbroken cycle. Understand that everything is a matter of opinion, and opinion is within your control. When you choose to let go of a particular opinion, you will find peace, like a sailor who has rounded the Cape and reached calm waters, a harbor of stillness and stability. Every individual act, whatever its nature, comes to an end at the proper time, and in ceasing, it suffers no harm. Likewise, the person who performs the act suffers no harm from its conclusion. Similarly, life itself, made up of a sequence of actions, suffers no harm when it comes to its proper end, nor does the person whose life concludes at the appropriate moment suffer injustice. The proper timing for life's end is determined by nature. Sometimes the specific nature of the individual, such as in old age, but always the greater universal nature. It is through the transformation of its parts that the universe remains forever young and whole. Everything that serves the good of the universe is always timely and beneficial. Therefore, the end of life for any individual is not an evil, for it is neither disgraceful nor contrary to the general welfare. It is, in fact, good, being in harmony with the rhythm of the universe and aligned with its purpose. In this way, the one who accepts this movement aligns with the divine, following the same course as the divine will, and being moved towards the same ends in thought and spirit. Keep these three principles always at hand. First, in everything you do, act neither thoughtlessly nor contrary to justice. With regard to what happens to you externally, remember that it occurs either by chance or through providence. You must neither blame chance nor accuse providence. Second, reflect on what each being is, from its origin as a seed to the moment it receives life, and from that point to when it returns its life. Consider what each being is made of and into what it dissolves. Third, imagine if you were suddenly lifted above the earth and could look down on human life. Observe its immense variety, the multitude of forms and activities, and then also consider the countless beings inhabiting the air and the heavens. Recognize that if you were raised up time and time again, you would see the same things, repetition of forms and brevity of existence. Are these truly things to take pride in? Let go of opinion and you will be free. What then stops you from discarding it? When you feel troubled, it is because you have forgotten certain truths. You have forgotten that all things unfold according to universal nature. You have forgotten that the wrongdoing of another has no power to harm you. You have forgotten that everything that happens has always happened, will always happen, and is happening now everywhere. You have forgotten the deep connection between yourself and the whole of humanity, a bond not merely of blood or lineage but of shared intelligence. You have also forgotten that every person's intelligence is a fragment of the divine, an emanation of the deity. You have forgotten that nothing truly belongs to you, not your child, not your body, not even your soul, for all these come from the divine. You have forgotten that all things are shaped by opinion. Lastly, you have forgotten that every person lives only in the present moment and loses nothing but this moment. Always remind yourself of those who once complained bitterly about their circumstances, those who achieved great fame or endured great misfortunes, enmities or triumphs of any kind. Then ask yourself, where are they now? Smoke, ash, and perhaps a story, or not even that. Recall also such figures as Fabius Catulinus living in the countryside, Lucius Lupus in his gardens, Stertinius at Baiae, Tiberius at Capreae, and Velius Rufus at Velia. Reflect on their ambitious pursuits, often coupled with pride, and consider how insignificant are the things for which men exert themselves with such intensity. How much better it is to use the opportunities given to us to act with justice, moderation, and obedience to the divine, always with simplicity. For pride that takes pride in its lack of pride is the most unbearable of all. To those who ask, where have you seen the gods, or how do you know they exist and therefore worship them? I reply, first, they can be perceived with the eyes. Second, though I have never seen my own soul, I still honor it. In the same way, through constant experience of the gods' power, I understand their existence and revere them. The security of life lies in this, to examine everything thoroughly, what it is in itself, what it is made of, and what gives it form. Live with all your soul committed to justice and truth, and beyond this, what remains but to enjoy life by joining one good deed to another, leaving no space for idleness or distractions. There is one light from the sun, though it is interrupted by walls, mountains, and countless other obstacles. There is one common substance, though it is distributed among innumerable bodies, each with its unique qualities. There is one universal soul, though it is dispersed across infinite natures and individual beings. There is one intelligent soul, though it appears fragmented. Among these, all other elements such as air and matter lack sensation and fellowship. Yet even these are held together by the intelligent principle which unites them and inclines them toward harmony. The intellect, in particular, strives toward what is akin to itself, forming connections that remain unbroken. What do you desire? To continue existing. Then do you wish to feel, to move, to grow, and eventually to cease growing, to speak, to think? Is there anything among these that you find truly worth longing for? If you can learn to place little value on all these things, turn instead to what remains, the pursuit of reason and devotion to the divine. But to honor reason and the divine is incompatible with grieving over the loss of these lesser things through death. How minuscule is the fragment of boundless, infinite time allotted to each man. It is swiftly swallowed up by eternity. How tiny is your share of the total substance of the universe, and how small a part of the universal soul you inhabit. Reflect also on the fact that you crawl on an insignificant clump of earth. Considering all this, regard nothing as truly great except acting in accordance with your nature and enduring what common nature dictates. Ask yourself, how does the ruling faculty within you make use of itself? For all that truly matters lies in this. Everything else, whether within or beyond your control, is mere lifeless ashes and smoke. This thought is especially powerful in overcoming the fear of death. Even those who regard pleasure as good and pain as evil have often despised death. The man who values only what comes in its proper time, who sees no distinction in performing many or few actions in accordance with right reason, and who is indifferent to whether he observes the world for a long or short time, this man has no reason to fear death. You, as a human being, have been a citizen of this vast state, the world. What difference does it make whether your citizenship lasted 5 years or 3? For that which follows the laws of nature is just for all. Why then should it trouble you if it is not a tyrant or an unjust judge who dismisses you from the state, but nature herself, who originally brought you into it? It is like an actor being dismissed from the stage by the director who cast him in the play. You might say, "But I haven't finished the 5 acts, only 3 of them." That's true, but in life, the 3 acts are the entirety of the play. The determination of what constitutes a complete drama is made by the one who first caused its creation and now brings about its conclusion. You are not the author of either. Depart then with satisfaction, for the one who releases you is satisfied as well.